Call this meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the Committee of Adjustment meeting of February 11, 2020. My name is Ron Chatta, Committee Chair of today's meetings. Sorry, it's March 3rd, I have the wrong script. March 3rd, 2020. My name is Ron Chatta, Committee Chair for today's meeting. This is a meeting of Committee of Adjustment. The Committee of Adjustment is composed of 5 citizen members who are appointed by the Brampton City Council. The committee is authorized by the Ontario Planning Act to consider applications for minor variances from the provision of City of Brampton zoning bylaw. The committee also considers application for consent, sometimes referred to as land division applications, which includes severing a new lot from an existing lot, a lot addition, easement, mortgages, or leases in excess of 21 years. I would like to introduce the committee members. To my immediate left, member Desiree Doffler. To my far left, member Rod Power. To my immediate right, member Anna Christina Marcus. To my far right, member David Cope. And my name is Ron Chatta, Committee Chair. Seated at the table in front of the committee, Ms. Ginny Meyer, Secretary Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment. And seated near the podium, we have the city staff members who will assist the committee today. I'll ask staff, could you please make your introductions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my name is Elizabeth Corzola. I'm the Manager of Zoning and Sign Bylaw Services.
I'm Krista Waukee. I'm the Manager of Development Services.
Shelby Swinfield, Development Planner.
Stephen Dykstra, Development Planner.
Thank you. Before we consider today's applications, the committee has some procedural matter to take care of. The first is adoptions of the minute. The meeting held on February the 11th. Is presented in today's agenda. Committee members, any question, comment, concerns? Seeing none, looking for a motion to proceed and adoptions of the minutes by Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Doffler. All in favor? Carried. The next item we have is declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Does any member have any declaration of pecuniary interest to declare of any matter being discussed today? Seeing none. Now we move on to withdrawals and deferrals. The committee has received one written request for a deferral of application A 2020-0010 for the property located at 73 Sunpack Boulevard. I believe the agent are anybody from 73 Sunpack? I'll ask you to come in a minute. I just need to check if anybody else. You can please sit here for now. It's just the staff is recommending deferral for application A 2020-0013 for the property located at 1 Riggs Drive. That we will be going into in the, should we check first or at the later in the agenda, Ms. Myers?
Through the chair, I would make a suggestion to you that we deal with the one written request, and then following that we'll deal with the other staff recommendation.
Okay. Okay, so to the gentleman for 73 Sunpack Boulevard, please. Your name and address for the record?
Aryan Sharma, and my address is 96 Kennedy Road South, Unit 207, Brampton, Ontario, L6V, 3E7.
You want to talk about your application?
Yeah, we're requesting a deferral because there was a typo in the application filed, and it was understood by the city that we are asking for a minor variance for forever, for perpetuity, but that's not the case. We are asking for a limited time. So because of that, we are asking for deferral so that the application can be corrected. And our hearing can be heard again.
So what it looks to me, you're amending your application.
Yes,
that was not the typo, right?
Well,
or maybe that's what you interpret.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to imply. Yeah.
Okay, I definitely like to hear staff, and I have some questions regarding this one too. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? So first we'll deal with the deferral request. Okay, if the deferral granted by the committee, then obviously you don't need to be here. We'll hear this application at the next date. We'll follow the procedure, okay?
Okay.
Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on 73 Sunpack Boulevard? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff think that the application should be heard today. We are recommending refusal of the application, but at this point, given our analysis of the history of the variance requests on this property, this does not seem, in staff's opinion, to be a temporary request, but rather a permanent request under the guise of recurring temporary requests. Staff's opinion would not change if this was reduced to a temporary period request for the reasons noted in the staff report. Thank you.
Sir, convince us why we should grant you the deferral.
We are requesting for 2 to 3 years for minor variance. I'll give you a brief history on this project. There were securities posted and which were released by the city in 2017. And we believed at that time when securities were released that the work was done. But actually that was a mistake on the city's behalf. That securities should not have been released, right? So the only work that's remaining as per the previous minor variance is the certification of landscape work, which we are willing to do. And I believe they require us to have a structure on the property. If we are able to get the minor variance within 2 years, we are ready to initiate the process in terms of building permit, site plan approval to get the building done. So this would be the last minor variance. So we could make that as a condition of the minor variance that we would proceed with the construction of the permanent structure.
To me, obviously, if we are going that route, I would like to see that condition, but this has been 10 years,
Yeah.
right? The committee's been granting the temporary, and in 10 years, that particular street has changed a lot,
Right.
right? So let me read some of the comments, right?
Sure.
Site improvements had not been implemented almost 7 years later. That was when the first deferral got granted. On site review of the site property is current state, the approved site plan and air photos of the property. Staff has determined that the applicant has not implemented the completed required site plan implement. For example, the required accessible parking space has not been implemented on site, despite being shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. During my site visit, I saw the property was managed very poorly, and I understand nature of the business. Like, I know how truck stops works or the truck parking is, but given the surrounding, they could have done better.
Yeah.
For 10 years, and the staff was very lenient to this property, and the committees were granting the approvals. And I don't want to go into the math, but I know the math very well. The property would have been paid by now, right? And to me, if someone is trying to take that advantage by, making that much money and not spending a little bit to improvement, and then coming back in front of committee, like, you're just an agent, so with all due respect, I'm not saying it to you, but I have to convey this message through you, right? I personally, I'm not convinced that they need to go ahead with the temporary, or even, I see your letter yesterday, I believe you sent to the city that you're amending your application or willing to amend for 3 years. But to me, to be very honest with you, it looks like, and we see these applications all the time, like, normal procedure is one application comes, you get 3 or 5 years temporary, and then when that cycle is trying to be finished, you apply again. And this time, I'm not saying generally you, maybe the property owners, they got the temporary 2 times, right? Maybe there was not much traffic, or the traffic pattern was not hesitations at that time. And this time around, they just try to get the permanent. And when the staff showed their refusal, right, based on they had all kind of criteria, and then all of a sudden you're seeking the deferral, or that's how you may be instructed by your client. And now it's the 3-year picture come back again. What should have done, sir? Let me tell you, this property is in kind of middle of the city. This is not like far somewhere in the in the deep industrial zone. Like we have, and I go there quite some time through Sunpack. To me, the character of the neighborhood has changed in the last 10 years. They should have done better. Not just the temporary. Right now, what do you see when you drive from Sunpack? You see only the trucks, trailers being parked there. And the condition has not, whatever the conditions were at the previous. I remember one time I saw this three years back or whenever. I remember I was there on the committee at that time. But having said that, I'm not fully convinced. Like that's my whole, what I'm expressing it to you.
If I may,
Please.
In 2017, this property was actually sold to the current owner, who has retained us at this moment. Now, the previous owner sold the property in thinking that the work had been done because the security had been released by the city. So the new owner had no idea that the work was incomplete, right? So. Excuse me. So there's some miscommunication. There's some information that has been lost, and I made the client aware of this, and he's agreed to do the work. So it's not, and the reason for the deferral, it's not because we're coming back and saying two years. That was the original intention of the application, but I didn't write it in the application by mistake. And that was the only condition. And I told him that this would be the last minor variance, and he would have to put up a permanent structure and do the work that the city requires. If it's approved for 3 years, or even if it's 2 years, this would be the last minor variance. So I made the client aware of that, and that's what I'm trying to request from you.
I need to ask staff about the security, but you have to look at that the municipality point of view. Right now, what it looks like, the business owner or the property owner is enjoying the full of the property without spending a penny on the property. Just the fence. Our asphalt is not in the perfect stage either, right? And what they are giving back, they are not spending any money on the property. And I'm sure, I'm not sure if staff can help us out. How much is the property tax they are giving to the property? Because I know very well, I know it's not one of the criteria I would like to go, but 10 years is a long time for someone. And if they could not come up with a nice proposal to the city, right? I'm not saying the previous owner, as you mentioned in 2017, is still 3 years. What were the advancements from the new owner towards putting together a nice structure, like in terms of building?
Well, the security was released, right? So we assumed that the inspection was done and all the work was completed as to city satisfaction.
Okay, so
there was that confusion. Otherwise, we would have completed the work.
Let me come to that.
Sure.
Is you or your firm represent them in the last variance?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you
But
or
we
your
represented
firm,
the previous owner.
you represent the previous owner?
Yes.
So at least you were very well aware about the history of the property,
Yes.
right? You knew it as a temporary, right? So again, I'm sorry, I wish I had more sympathy, right? But anyway, to the staff, do we have any comments regarding the security being released, because gentlemen mentioned a couple of times? And the second, oftentimes when we grant these temporary approvals for the period of 3 or 5 years, there's one condition at the bottom that failure to comply, this variance will be null and void. How often do we check if now, once they come back, we are finding deficiencies that they did not fulfill that criteria? why didn't we check maybe after 6 months or so, or like, are they really meeting whatever they commit at that time, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Historically, in terms of following up on conditions, because of the volume of applications the city experiences, it's not always possible to check in every 6 months with every owner who's come for an application. I don't have the conditions for that variance offhand, so I can't confirm whether or not that null and void clause was included in there, but that decision was timed on a 3-year period. So that decision actually became null and void after that 3-year period expires. So regardless, that old variance is no longer valid. And I just wanted to point out that the 2017 variance was in March of 2017, which, according to the application submitted by the applicant, was a month after the current owner took over the property. And within that staff report, it was noted the exhaustive list of things that had not been completed on site at that point in time, as per the previous variance and site plan that had been agreed to.
If I may, out of all those,
Sure.
excuse me, if out of all the comments that were listed in the previous matter variance, the only thing I believe that's remaining is a certification of landscape, which we can do, but because of the weather, we are not able to do, but we'll be able to provide that as soon as the weather clears up.
That was the condition 3 years back, right?
Yeah.
And you are thinking of showing us the certificate now based on the weather, right? Be fair, my friend. You know, look, I understand, and it's not small operations. I hate to see, because if we just refuse it now, and I believe there's 15 days or something, those business owners or whoever parked the trucks there need to vacate the property, right? And I don't want to be harsh. I'd like to hear committee members in the event, so I have 2 comments to make in this situation. I'm okay with either way. My one side is I want to refuse this deferral request now, and I want to hear your application today. And based on the conversation, I don't want to say which way I will be going, but you can judge, right? My second thought is to grant you a deferral for a couple of months, which I don't see much value, but I don't know what you're going to try to bring in the amended applications. Even in the case, I personally willing to move ahead and grant you a further variance. I would not like to give more than 1 year. And the condition is the applicant is coming with the full-fledged site plan with the full structure on it within that period. And that time frame may extend it at the discretion of Director of Development Services. Right? That is the only way. Now the area has developed. I don't want to see, or it doesn't appropriate for us to keep allowing just a shell yard with just a fence and no conditions being met.
No, we're willing to develop the land, and we're willing to put up a building and get it paved, but we just need the
10 years
time.
goes by, owner changed, you were still there,
Yeah.
right? So now,
I mean, as an agent, I can't.
now because city is saying no, then all of a sudden you're king, like now all of a sudden you're saying this, which I understand your position, don't get me wrong, like, you know, you're representing your client, but all these, your comments came in last 24 hours, or maybe by the time you received the staff report. If staff said, okay, you're fine another 3 years, nobody would bother. And even the stage of the property would go further down, like not really meeting any of those conditions. But anyway, we have enough discussion. Committee members, how would you like to deal with? You like to grant a deferral, which I'm okay with. Deferral, not too long, like something maybe in the April, or if they're changing the information, we need to check if I believe there is only one meeting in April, so maybe we can do in April meeting, just for the understanding of the, I don't want to, but just for the understanding of the nature of the business. I don't want to be too lenient, but these are one of those things, even if you don't want, but you don't want to do for the sake of the business and public interest.
Chair. I'm okay with the deferral for 1 month, but there has to be something tangible for us to look at in that 1 month period. I think over the course of, whether it's been 10 years, you've had ample opportunity to address the matter. And again, like you said, I know, we understand businesses are busy. You guys get tied up on various things, and I know you're the agent. But I think something tangible for us to work with in that 1 month period is realistic. I think they can set some time aside in conjunction with you to put something together for us to review that we can work with, so we can move forward from here, so we can move this application off, and you guys can carry on with what you need to do as a business.
Sure, we are willing to put up a preliminary plan and show you our timeline in terms of how we want to proceed in terms of development of the site.
Okay.
We can present that in the next meeting.
Okay. Ms. Pires, what are the dates available in month of April? I believe there's one meeting.
Through the chair, there's only the singular date in April, which is April 14th,
April 14th?
which is what the applicant has requested. The hearing date following that is May 5th.
No, April 14th is fine. When is the last day of filing any new information they can?
Through the chair, the filing deadline submission date is March 17th.
Okay, they have time. Sorry, back to staff.
Mr. Chair, if we may defer it to May 5th, that would give them giving them 2 or 3 weeks. I don't think we're going to be in a position to come back on April 14th. So if we could defer it to the May 5th hearing, that would allow them a little over a month to April 7th to ensure they submit all the proper material.
Okay, so May the 7th?
May the 5th.
May the 5th. Okay, do we have a seconder for, so I believe you're proposing May the 5th?
May 5th is fine, I'm good with that.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Marcus, all in favor? Okay,
Okay, thank you so
you
much.
got it, but
Thank you so much.
keep in mind, I make sure you pass this message to the property owners. We want to wish them well for their business, but we don't want to start this practice. They need to be in serious discussions with the city, what they want to do even this time or within the time frame. We may allocate or not in the May 5th. They
Sure.
need to have a permanent plan in place.
We'll present our plan in the next
Yeah,
hearing.
you can-
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay? Thank you. So the next we have, the staff is recommending deferral of application A 2020-0013 for the property located at 1 Riggs Drive. Do we have anyone present?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair, respecting members and staff. Yes, I'm here for
Your
1
name
Ridge
and
Drive.
your address for the record, sir.
Mazhar Raja, my name, and the address is 1 Riggs Drive.
Are you the owner of the property?
No, I am not owner, I am
Then
representative.
please give your address, sir. You are an agent, you should know this.
Yes, Mazhar Raja, 1465 Clark Boulevard, Milton.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the recommendation for the deferral of meeting. Yes, we know that there's going to be change in bylaws regarding parking. Thank you very much for that. But unfortunately, my client has some restriction. Some problems. He do not want to wait till that time. So he wants to proceed for the decision and wants to get this done as soon as possible. So we request relief regarding this.
So you don't wish to,
Defer the meeting, no.
you don't wish to defer the application?
Yes, that's true.
You know, in
So-
the event this year, if your application get refused, then
Um,
are you confident? You have-
yes, we are confident. Hopefully this will be in our favor.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Anyway, committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? So we're going to first deal with the deferral request.
Okay.
If you will get to hear both the parties, definitely the city staff. If, as you wish not to defer this application, which I don't think it's the right thing, given the fact staff already declared their position. I think June 16th is not too far from now. But anyway, it's all your call. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are recommending that this application be deferred until the June 16th, 2020 hearing. Currently, city planning policy staff are working on putting a report forward to council that would eliminate the requirement for a third parking space as part of a registration for a 2-unit dwelling. It went to a public meeting within the last month, and it is expected to proceed to council for adoption by June. So we're recommending that we defer to that point, so that in the event that council does pass this requirement is lifted and the variance is no longer required, or if for whatever reason council does not lift the restriction at that time, we have a little bit more information as to why and can then make a better decision based on information at that time.
To me, the variance number 2, the permeable aspect, is that legal non-conforming use at the property?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it is not. It has been introduced on the property since the amendment in 2006.
Okay. And in terms of what's staff's position for the third parking required, do they meet that criteria with all the dimensions, or no?
So through you, Mr. Chair, currently they are not satisfying the minimum size requirement for that third parking space. And as per the official plan, any of those bylaw metrics that are not being met require a zoning bylaw amendment for the property. So that, again, is why we're recommending that deferral, so that the applicant doesn't have to proceed through a rezoning over a parking space.
One final question. If the applicant is willing to, he's insisting us to review his application today, and let's say we are going ahead with it, what is staff's recommendation? Refusal of this application?
Staff would be recommending refusal, Mr. Chair.
Sir, what do you want, refusal or a future date?
Of course, if these are two options, then the future date is the better option. But my stand is, like, we have done these kind of
then
meetings
please
before.
ask for a future date, because if today we are going to hear, I personally going to refuse this application.
I can give you 3 precedents in the past, like in
Each and
past
every
6
property
months.
is different. Without further going into it, you can, it's all your right to explain any of the property you want to give example, but each and every property is different, and the scenario is different. Intent is different. We may not look, I personally don't look that. I do consider, but I personally don't look what has happened in the past. And
I see there is no choice then.
it's not about choice.
No, like if I cannot give you the past precedent, like the exactly similar decisions done before in this with the same intention and with the same circumstances, everything.
So let me just,
Yes.
without going into detail, for example, your property is here, it's located at this, some other part of the city, for example, close to Mount Pleasant GO stations. Over there, because of the GO station is there, the parking policy at that time was different. The driveway size and width is different. Some of the properties you may want to bring in one of those older properties where the style of the home was split level. Obviously, the driveway size or the property structure is different.
Yeah.
Some of those applications we have approved in the past, even though the dimensions they're meeting, but the landing of the staircase, if the vehicle being parked, the person is straight going to hit the vehicle, right? In regular day-to-day routine, yes, you get away from your staircase and you can come towards the sidewalk. That's not safe according to the bylaws, right?
Yeah.
So each and every scenario is different. I understand where you're coming from, and I feel, but given the circumstances, we are already in March, and June is not too far. So I think that's the best. You can wait for the council, and when they are going through these changes, it's only 2 months. If we even go ahead with your application today, you can't do anything for next 21 days anyway.
Yes, yeah.
For the
that's
appeal
true.
period, right?
That's right, yeah, but those are 3-4 months.
Yeah.
It's up to June.
So trying to be in our situation too. Like, don't just push us. If you're going to push us, we're going to make the decision. I'm not saying that you don't have
Yes.
the choice,
So
but I'm telling you what I will be going for.
I understand each street is different, each
Yeah.
area is different, community is different, but seems like intention is the same, condition, like standpoint is not like much different, is only 0.3 meters, 1 foot. I don't see anything different than the previous projects and examples. But still, like, if the city does not want to make any decision on this,
You know, in the longer run, one way it's good. You've been here many times before. I recognize you very well. You will not be seeing us this often once this bylaw is going to implement, because the third party they are thinking of lifting. So I guess it's not good for you financially because you won't be able to make money. But
I'm okay with that.
Anyway, so are you in agreement for deferral on
So
June the
my
16th?
question, what happens if we get refusal today? In any case, so what happens? Like,
If you get
what's gonna
refusal
happen in
today,
June?
what my understanding is, and obviously we can ask staff, and by the June 16th or whatever the time, if council lift that bylaw that you don't need third parking requirement for the second dwelling unit,
Yeah.
then you are more than welcome to apply because you're meeting all the requirements.
No, my question is, if we get we discuss today and we get refusal,
Okay.
then in June the bylaw is changing, so still we are good to go with the second unit, even though we have got refusal already.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Versus
Versus.
if right now, let's say the council is not fulfilling or not lifting the third parking requirement, you can come back on June 16th and you can do your presentation, and committee may look at you differently at that time and still grant you the approval.
so that means like we are wasting our 4 months.
I don't call it wasting. We have worked back and forth with staff or the many applicants to achieve the best outcome, which is fair and square for everybody.
Yeah.
Right now, staff does not feel that your criteria of your clients does meet the requirement. The thing is, they can't stop you for applying because that's not the practices. Anyone can come and apply for anything. They cannot suggest you or your property owner or your client not to apply. But once you're applying it, I think they're being more than fair, and they are suggesting this deferral. So at least you have all options still available at that time. In the event if council is lifting the third parking requirement or they are not lifting third parking requirement, still you will have the opportunity to come and present your application at that time. Again, sir, I'm sorry I have long agenda. I cannot spend more time on this application.
Thank you.
If you have something, you can please put forward. To me, it's very reasonable, June 16th, if you are in agreement for the deferral. Unless if you're really pushing us, then you need to go back to your order, and then you may have indicated which way we will be going today.
Okay, can I call my client and discuss with him during this and give you the decision? Like
No,
at
for the
my
deferral
turn?
request, you have
At
to
my
tell
turn.
us now. You should have done that before. You knew what the staff is
I know.
suggesting you, right?
Yeah, I mean,
You should have come prepared with both your options.
yeah, they want to get it done, like decision. That's what
If they want to get done, then I already expressed my
Decision.
possible decision.
Yeah.
And I don't know what committee members, if you would like to add something, you're more than welcome. But Like, don't feel that I'm pressurizing you, but I need to run the meeting, right?
Yeah, no, I understand you have like short of time, but the thing is, I see there is no choice. Honestly, you told
Sir,
me
in
that
your
it's gonna
life-
be refusal, so in that circumstances, I don't have any choice.
Sir, in our life, so many times, one choice is more than one choice.
Yeah.
And I think that's the scenario. Like one time, if you have one choice, that is more than enough, I guess.
Okay, okay, let's go with
We are not refusing your application, sir. And staff is willing to
And
work
we
with your
wanted to
client.
save 4 months, actually, yeah.
March, April, May, June,
June.
yeah, pretty much. Okay, so June 16th?
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
I see you're a bit upset, but that's okay.
Thank you.
Committee members, looking for a motion to defer this application. By Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Duffler, all in favor? Deferred. Thank you, sir, see you in June. I can see the applicant or just a comment quickly, but I guess the council is being progressive and trying to work with the residents to eliminate many bylaws, old bylaws, and that's why we're going through that transitioning period, which I think end of the day, the residents of Brampton is going to get the benefit. Anyway, the next we have is property located at 89 Heart Lake Road South. The staff recommends deferral of this application. Application number is B 2020-0006. However, we received this written confirmation from the applicant agent to proceed with this application. So the application will be called as listed in the agenda because this is the second application in anyway. Also, the staff recommends deferral of application A 2020-0022 for the property at 58 Newbury Crescent. However, we received written confirmation from the applicant's agent to proceed with the application. This application will be called in the order as listed in the agenda. Unless any of the applicant or the property owner has changed their mind now, anyone who wishes to seek a withdrawal or deferral, this is the time. Sir?
Hi there. I'm actually a resident of Newbury, and we're actually, there's a bunch of residents here.
I know, I have the letters as well.
Okay.
So we will be calling in the regular agenda item, which is later in the agenda.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. For those unfamiliar with the Committee of Adjustment procedure and process, I would like to give a brief explanation and scope. Following some procedural matter that we have already undergone, the Secretary Treasurer will call the applications by announcing the application number, the name of the applicant, and address of the property subject to the application. The applicant or authorized agent representing the applicant will then come to the podium, state their name and address for the record, and then present the application. I request that you reserve any question or comment pertaining to the staff report until after planning staff has had an opportunity to present. If there is anyone in attendance who wishes to speak to a particular application, you will be given the opportunity to do so when the application is presented. Any decision made here today may be appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal. Previously, through the Ontario Municipal Board, appeals received in the city clerk's office associated with minor variance and consent application will be processed and forwarded to ALPAT. This process may be commenced with the Secretary Treasurer by filing a completed appeal form and filing fee within the prescribed 20-day appeal period. Information pertaining to the appeal process may be obtained by contacting the Secretary Treasurer within the City Clerk's office. Now we move on to the new consent applications.
Calling application B 2020-0005, Foreside Estates, Inc. The property is north of Atmar Drive and east of Palechi Drive.
morning.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Eric Maritsu. I'm the agent here on behalf of the owner, Forestside Estates, Inc., with the property located on the west side of Gore Road, just north of Vatmar Drive. So we're just here for just a bit of housekeeping, essentially. We're requesting a severance from committee in order to provide 250 square meters from a block on an existing subdivision to an adjoining block on the same subdivision. It's just a matter of aligning the blocks more properly and making it a little cleaner. The plan is registered under 43M 2068, and I guess Block 8 will be a future site plan as part of that registration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Sir, are you for this application? Okay. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff reviewed the application against the criteria to be considered under the Planning Act and find that the application is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that the Secretary Treasurer shall have been satisfied that the following conditions have been fulfilled within 1 year of the mailing date noted below, and the Secretary's Treasurer's certificate under the Planning Act shall be given. Two, a Secretary Treasurer's certificate fee shall be paid in the amount current at the time of issuance of the Secretary Treasurer's certificate. Number three, that approval of the draft reference plans as applicable shall be obtained at the Committee of Adjustment office, and the required number of prints of the resultant deposited reference plans shall be received, as well subject to the standard conditions of the Secretary Treasurer.
Do you accept these conditions?
Yes, we're good with that.
Including the Secretary Treasurers?
Yes.
Okay, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Motion to support staff recommendation by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor? This is approved. Thank you.
Calling application B 2020-0006, 1214446 Ontario, Inc., and the property is located at 89 Heart Lake Road.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Neil Davis, agent for the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Davis.
Good morning. Do you need my address? It is in the application form, but
Yes, in the application. We all know. Were you talking about your address?
yes.
We all know where Davis and Webb is.
Okay. I'm not sure that's a good thing, but
It goes both ways, I guess.
yes.
Anyway.
I represent the owner of 89 Heart Lake Road South. The client has owned the property since 1996 and conducts its all-trade business there. The property backs onto the property owned by 2494747 Ontario Limited. And if you maybe put this, oh yeah, that's going to work. So this is client's property here. This is the property it backs onto here. There is a tributary going through the property in this location. It also is covered by an easement in favor of the city for stormwater management, so the city can look after this tributary. So the simple purpose of the application is to have a lot addition added to our neighbor's property on Rutherford Road. The reason for that is that the neighbor has from time to time had use of this property without permission, and it is difficult for us to police it on the other side. There were issues for a number of years. They came to a conclusion to sell this piece on the other side that you can't easily access or maintain to the neighbor, and that's the purpose of the application, is to add it to the neighbor's property who can actually use it, maintain it, police it, etc. I am prepared to comment on the deferral request of staff, but I am mindful of the instruction you gave at the beginning that we should wait to hear from staff, and if you want to do that, I'm prepared to respond after they have provided
Sure.
their comments.
Yes, for many years, this piece, they have another side. They can't even go and do some barbecue or this one, right? Anyway, just one, in your letter, the page number 2, Mr. Davis, you say the property at the back is 102 Rutherford Road South. In staff report, it says the property 98 and 100 Rutherford South. What is the exact correct civic address? So I'm having 2 different addresses here.
We'll accept 98 and 100. It is, we've been trying to get this straight for some period of time, including from the buyer of the property.
It's not too far. Someone could go and drive and ask, what's your address?
Yeah, in fact, our client looked and there wasn't a number on the on the building. But in any event, it is. There's no doubt which properties we are talking about. It is this property here.
Okay.
And so that agreement of purchase and sale is conditional upon this consent application being approved.
And when is that executing sometime soon?
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, so any question, comment, concern at this point, committee members? Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? This is for the members who just walked in, we are talking about 89 Heart Lake Road South. Anyone in the audience? Saying none? Staff, could you please weigh in your comments? I see staff wants to, according to the report, they wants to defer it to April the 14th, which is not too far. But given the circumstances, we have a letter from TRCA stating no objection. But at the same time, I would, after staff, if Mr. Davis can explain, because one of the comments the TRCA made is, please note that all new development or storage or materials would require 10-meter buffer from the greater extent of the natural system. In this case, the regional floodplain, which may significantly reduce the usable area of the conveyed lands. So I'm sure we may include some sort of conditions so we can achieve, at the same time we are satisfying what TRCA has, like their comments, and at the same time the applicants can move ahead with their closing or the execution of agreement of purchase and sale. Staff, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did recommend a deferral on this, given the TRCA comments that we received late last week, and that we need to address with the applicant the 10-meter buffer and how we're going to accommodate that. So we do need a little bit of time, and in the short time that TRCA provided their comments till today, there was not an opportunity to address how we're going to manage that 10-meter buffer, and if we require site plan approvals or what other mechanisms we can move forward with to ensure that that is addressed. And that's the purpose of the deferral.
So is there any way we can include some sort of condition so they still comply even if the committee is granting the approval? Because this is a lot addition, we understand.
So can I maybe, after you, I have some further information I'd like to share with the committee that I think will be helpful to your decision. But
you want to share that before or after the staff?
I think it maybe is helpful to hear it now.
Okay.
Because what staff are suggesting is a deferral to create a new line for the severance, which undoes our contractual arrangement with the buyer. And the reason given by staff is TRCA's comment. If you read TRCA's comment, they have no objection to the application. They in fact, and so I wanted to understand what they were talking about, so I phoned the gentleman who provided the commenting letter, and he indicated we are not looking for any setting aside of land or changing of the line. That is not our request. We have a regulatory framework that allows us to enforce a buffer from the natural heritage system, and they have the ability to do that under their regulation, and they are not looking to change the line. And it doesn't make sense, quite frankly, to change the line, because what it then does is leave us in the position of creating a buffer that we can't get to, we can't access, the neighbor could still encroach upon, and if there's a prosecution brought to deal with that, it becomes a prosecution against us, and we can't police it. So the authority that made the comment has no objection to the line remaining where it is. And so there is no advantage, and that's the reason we're resisting a deferral, to change that line. That means I have no contract. There is no deal to sell to the neighboring owner any longer because you changed what he is buying. And you have made it, quite frankly, more difficult for our client to look after property that logically should be added to the property next door. So I think it's unfair for there to be an expectation of new lines being drawn, buffers being provided, when TRCA believe they have the ability under their regulatory authority to manage the situation.
Okay. Just want to comment to the members in the audience. With due respect, if you want to chat, please step out. It creates disturbance. I'm sorry. Back to the staff. What's your position, please?
So staff have not had the equal opportunity to talk to the Conservation Authority, and we have this comment in front of us that it's our responsibility to address and find out more information. That is why we are asking for the deferral. We do think it could come back, within a short amount of time, but we do need to have a further discussion with the Conservation Authority.
To me, I guess we can put together a condition that any concerns of TRCA, as long there's a condition and they're willing to take that responsibility.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, for the site plan, or if we can add any of those conditions. So in one way, we are letting them do what they're trying to achieve, but we still, in the event they want to develop or anything in the future, we still have the control.
So through you, Mr. Chair, we are unable to impose conditions on the severed lands. So we can't impose any conditions upon that piece that is getting cut off, like for a site plan, or that a buffer would have to be observed. We are only able to impose conditions upon the retained piece, which is why our initial thought was to adjust the line to make it all the retained piece on which we could impose that condition.
It is, I think, a reach, quite frankly, for the city to say we need to impose conditions that on behalf of the authority, that the authority is not asking for. They literally say no objection to the application. Their only condition is pay my fee, which we have done. To talk about imposition of buffers on our client on lands that will be essentially occupied by the neighbor, and that's what's been happening for several years. We're trying to solve that problem. And we notified the buyer's lawyer of the comments, both of TRCA and the staff report. They are aware. That's all I think TRCA wanted to make sure of. And if you read their comment, they in fact say, application-specific comments is found on page 2 of their letter.
Yep.
And they talk about that they're the natural system bisects the property. We know that. That's why we're trying to deal with this. And they go, given that other portions of the watercourse and floodplain are already present on the receiving lot, TRCA has no specific objection to the proposed consent. So what they are saying is that the owner who will be getting the additional property already is implicated by the regulation. So they're not concerned that the lot gets bigger because there already is an imposition of TRCA mapping on the property. So as long as the owner is aware of his obligations, it should not be up to anybody else to police this. It's TRCA's entitlement to police it, and they believe they can. That's why they say they have no objection. And for there to be some layering over saying we're going to undo your contract, we're going to have you maintain a buffer that you can't get to, and you can't maintain and you can't police, it makes no sense.
1 second, Ms. Duffler, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just 2 questions, one of the applicant and one of the city. In the comments from TRCA, it does say that the 10-meter buffer will be required from any new development. So my question is, if this application is to sever the land, pardon me? And there is no intent to develop at this time, if there is an application to develop the severed piece of land sometime in the future, that this would go back to TRCA and this would be implemented?
So as it will come to the city as
So
well.
the question is development intended for this parcel that is to be severed?
I think the reason they're acquiring it is because they have a lot of vehicles that they are trying to park. But they also get the benefit of more land. They can use it as a setback. They can take the density coverage from the additional land. There are all kinds of reasons that this owner would have the benefit of having the additional land. What they do now, and we think they knew before because they were subject to the TRCA regulation mapping already. We think they knew it, but they certainly know now because we provided this TRCA commenting letter to them. So anything they do on the property, they have been notified. And that's really what TRCA wanted to ensure, is that we want people to be aware that if you're acquiring this piece of property, there are implications with the mapping, and you will have to follow a protocol, which means getting a permit from us.
You have a question to the staff as well?
Here, Mr. Chair, it's basically the same question, because if we're here, if this application before us is to sever a parcel of land, it is not to develop the land, a separate development application would follow, in which case this probably would be requested again by the same authority.
If it is a true development application with a building or structure and not additional parking, as you can see from the image on the screen, there is an encroachment already into this property. So what we could do as a condition, Mr. Chair, is that an acknowledgement letter from the property owner at 98 and 100 Rutherford Road be provided that it acknowledges the 10-meter buffer to the drainage feature and that it is required. So if we had an acknowledgement letter, that would satisfy us. And the second condition would be that the TRCA fees be paid in full.
Yeah. And obviously that's understood. If there's any future development, then all regulatory authorities need to be contacted anyway. I guess that's fair, Mr. Davis?
Yes, I don't see, we've sent the letter, so I don't think there should be a problem getting an acknowledgement that they're aware of what TRCA has indicated around the setback issue.
Okay, so if no, I guess there's no further discussion. The staff already stated the 2 conditions. Do you understand and accept these conditions?
Sorry, the condition about getting the letter, I understand. I was provided a set of conditions by your Secretary Treasurer.
Yeah.
And those are satisfactory. Getting the letter satisfactory. Was there another condition?
Just the big fee to the
Oh,
TRCA.
sorry.
Yes.
I think we have paid the fee? Yes. Yes, the fee is fine.
Okay. So if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Motion by Mr. Cope, staff's amended recommendations, and seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? This is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
application A 2020-007, Urgi Zao. The property is located at 12 New London Court.
Good morning. Your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Urgi Zao. Its address is 12 New London Court.
Are you the owner of the property?
I'm owner, yeah.
So, Urgi Zao?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, that's good. Anything you wishes to add beside the information we have in front of, sir?
Yeah, I'm presenting requesting following variants. First one is permit an intensive stairway leading to a below-ground entrance. Second is an permit interior setback of with 0.3 feet meter. Third is permit existing shed having rear yard setback of 0 meter.
Okay, the gentleman with you, is he also your agent or your help?
This is my brother, my English is not good.
Nice. He's wearing tie today. He's trying to look better than you.
Yeah. I'm the brother-in-law for him, my sister.
Nice.
My English a little bit better.
That's okay.
I
That's not the criteria.
For him better.
Yeah, no problem.
And,
no problem, no problem. Any question, comment, concern at this point? Anyone in the audience here to speak on this application? Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff find that application A-2020-0007 is supportable subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number two, that drainage on adjacent property shall not be adversely affected. Number three, that the below-grade entrance shall not be used to access an unregistered second unit. And number four, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Thank you. We also have a correspondence from Credit Valley Conservation stating no concerns and no objections. Sir, do you understand and accept staff recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. If no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Motion to support staff recommendation by Mr. Powers, seconded by Mr. Toffler. All in favor? Approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
A 2020-0008, Deanne McPherson. Property is located at 156 Major William Sharp Drive.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair and committee. My name is Kyle Kadra, KBK Architects, Unit 21180, Stellar Drive, Newmarket. I'm ready to provide a brief presentation.
Can you please speak a bit loud, sir?
I'm ready to provide a brief presentation.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So, my clients bought this property in 2008, and in its current condition, there was an existing below-grade stairs and an attached shed to the house and the deck. They approached us to apply for a building permit for a basement apartment. To all of our surprise, we realized that the structures for the below-grade steps and the deck and the shed were built without the benefit of a permit. My clients are willing to demolish the attached shed. There's really no use for it. We have read the comments from staff, and we understand that there is a recommendation to refuse most of our variances. I do have a letter of support from the next door neighbor who is directly impacted by those stairs. And I ask for the committee and the staff's sympathy with the situation, because these conditions have been in existence for at least 12 years. We know that, maybe probably quite a bit more. And yeah, I mean, it's understandable why it would make sense to keep them from our perspective in terms of cost and functionality. And hopefully we can get them to license a basement apartment if that below grade steps are there to generate a new source of income for them. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? 156 Major William Sharp. Seeing none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff find that application A-2020-0008 is supportable in part, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number one, that variances 1 and 2 be refused and the existing stairway leading to a below-grade entrance be removed within 180 days of the final date of the committee's decision, and the owner shall demonstrate said reinstatement to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. Number two, that variance 3 to permit an existing driveway width of 7.67 be refused and the driveway be reinstated to the maximum permitted 6.71 meters within 180 days of the final date of the committee's decision, and the owner shall demonstrate said reinstatement to the satisfaction of Director of Development Services. Number three, that the owner shall obtain a building permit for the rear yard deck within 60 days of the final date of committee's decision. Number four, that drainage on adjacent properties not be adversely affected. Number five, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. And number seven, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
So you understand and accept the conditions? I guess not.
I mean, there's no choice because they're existing, you know, the structures. So if we accept them, that means we accept that we will demolish the below grade steps. I do understand that there's a very high probability that committee would refuse the application, but I would really just go for a final plea for you to sympathize with the situation.
You know, you mentioned that it was done by the previous owner. Maybe whenever we purchase the property, the lawyer, oftentimes they purchase the title insurance. In the event if the committee is going ahead with the staff recommendation, I would suggest you can contact probably the lawyer because your client has the title insurance.
I have advised my client to do that.
I'll see if any of my committee members wishes to speak on this. Even our site visits, it was not fully maintained properly. So one term is it's not meeting the city's bylaw, but at the same time in the winter conditions, if it's not safe for anyone to access that side below grade entrance, that's another criteria. I will look into it. Sure, ma'am, you can step up.
Hi.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Dion McPherson, 156 Major William Sharp. That site isn't being maintained because the stairs are not being used. So we haven't been shoveling that area.
If not being used, then it's better to bring into the compliance.
And we would like to, we want to get this done so that we can actually apply to get the basement done legally, and we'll take care of whatever needs to happen as far as that is concerned. And as it relates as well to the driveway, we don't want to be like others on the street, overhanging on the street. That's why we want to get the driveway approved as well for the size. As it is, it causes restrictions in terms of shoveling the driveway, by the city, cleaning the sidewalk, as well as properly cleaning the road when it snows.
Mm-hmm. I just want to check with the staff. Is there any order to comply or any violation notice, or is just they came here during the process when they were trying to legalize their basement?
That's exactly right. There were earlier orders on the previous owner for construction without a permit, but then that prosecution was withdrawn because ownership had changed. There's no recent complaints or violations identified on this property, and it was exactly, they were intending to pursue registration, and the current below-grade side yard entrance is not in compliance with the zoning bylaw, so they proceeded with this variance application.
And in the event if they wishes to make some modifications, still staff doesn't feel that there will be some, there may be some outcome can come, or in the event if the committee is going ahead with staff recommendations, so they have to, I believe, basically they remove the below grade side entrance.
That's correct. If committee supports staff recommendation to refuse both the driveway and the below grade entrance, they would need to obtain a permit to reinstate the wall on that side yard, as well as if they wanted to pursue registration, they would have to find an alternate location for their entrance into the second unit, whether that might be in the rear yard is probably the best case scenario. And obviously reinstate or reduce the width of the driveway to provide the 6.71 meters maximum parking surface.
So ma'am, I understand, and to the agent as well, you are in process of legalizing your basement, which is a good step. Given the circumstances, this below grade entrance does not meet the criteria. So that means if there's one argument, if let's say there's an order to comply against your property or somebody complained for some sort of construction which city does not have the record, and you come forward, we still have difference, we still have our opinion, even though there is a complaint, but you're using it for yourself once in a while, we may look differently. Right now, you are in process of legalizing your basement apartment. That means second dwelling unit, somebody else is going to live there. So there will be regular activity. And if criteria is not meeting, I don't think so it will be proper for this committee to compromise with that, given the fact the safety concerns. And for the long run, I guess it's better for you as well. Now, if you have already initiated this process, you maybe close this entrance and propose, as suggested by the staff, from your backyard, because it's easy to get things done from there in terms of the side yard, because below grade entrance is not permitted. Even in the event, for example, committee is just for the argument's sake, if committee is granting approval for your below grade side entrance, we will put a condition that it will not be used as a primary residence, a primary entrance for the second dwelling unit. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to emphasize and clarify that the nature of this variance is not to in any way reduce the path of travel to the principal entrance for a second unit. It is simply for the location of the below grade entrance itself.
So we are satisfied with the path?
The path of travel will be maintained. They have a 4-foot path of travel. If this entrance is allowed to remain in its current location, then it would qualify as an entrance, as the principal entrance to a secondary unit. It's just that, like any other below grade entrance, it's subject to the location criteria for the below grade itself. It has nothing to do, you would not being asked to vary the provisions associated with the creation of a second unit.
And they do have another side of the house, given the fact this is a detached property. In the case of emergency, they still have full distance to go to access to the backyard from another side of the house, because it's a detached property. You have the fence gate on that side as well, right?
I do, yes.
Mr. Chair, the width on the back, the other side of the property is 0.85 meters, where we typically look for the 1.2 meters to access the rear.
Yeah, it's a reverse pie-shaped lot. It goes narrow down at the back, yeah, 0.85. Okay. Committee members, it's up to you how you wish us to deal with. I'm okay with the side entrance right now. I know the other side is not 1.2 meter, but still 0.85. The rest of the suggestions or recommendations by the staff in regards to the driveway widening and others can stay, given the fact that out of both the sides, this side they have the entrance. We have seen some of these entrances in the other properties, but of course, each and every property is different, and they still have some space to access to the backyard versus this one is fully all the way up to the edge. So, to me, I'm okay. I'm looking for suggestions. I'm okay with the side entrance because end of the day, they are trying to improve their property, and I think it will be appropriate if we, once we make the decision, we consider that aspect as well.
And Mr. Chair, if I may add, my neighbor who's on that side, he sent his letter of support as well.
Yeah, okay, we understand. You can pass on if you wishes to.
Yes, please.
But we understand there is no current violation notice at this point at the property. So, variance number. So what my recommendation or the suggestion is to approve variance number 1 and 2 and refuse variance number 3. Sorry, please go ahead.
Should be okay.
That's right.
Mr. Chair, we're just putting an image on the screen. The side yard entrance is roofed. Our process typically is to have that removed, so we would certainly ask that you consider a condition that the roof structure be removed.
Yeah.
And certainly as well that a building.
And if we can add some condition that is maintained and the drainage and the regular, whatever the cleanliness to maintain the path.
And then a building permit would be obtained within 90 days.
Okay. So can we have some wordsmith regards to the recommendations, Ms. Corozola?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that you're suggesting that variances 1 and 2 be approved.
Yeah.
And that the roof structure above the existing below grade be removed.
Yeah.
We are also recommending that a building permit for the below grade entrance be obtained within 90 days of the date of the committee's decision. And that drainage on adjacent properties shall not be affected.
Yeah.
And through you, pardon? And the rest are fine. There is a commitment, I understand, for the removal of the shed that is also behind. It would be my preference that that also be included as a condition, just to ensure that that doesn't remain following the decision and for clarity.
And to refuse the variance number 3.
Refuse variance 3 if that's the will of committee to permit that existing driveway width, which is just a little over.
Like I said, we don't want to, impact the cleaning of the sidewalk because I'm sure you see it on a number of streets, people are overhanging. We don't want to have that. That's why we would ask that you approve the driveway as well, please.
Ma'am, your driveway, are you talking about, I guess, your driveway, right?
Yeah.
So your driveway is over 3 feet over than what is allowable width. You may not need to remove this permanently, but you need to have some sort of permanent barriers. You can work with the staff at the later stage to obtain that.
Okay.
I wish we could get everything we want, but I guess the committee is more than fair.
Understood.
Right? And so we would like to go with the staff recommendation. I just want to know if that's okay with you and you understand and
we
accept these.
We appreciate that and we completely support those.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we all clear for these recommendations, staff members? So we're all good? If no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Any question by anyone? No, sorry. Motion to proceed with the amended recommendation by Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Toffler. All in favor? Approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling application A 2020-0009, Ravi Bushna. The property is located at 100 Gates Guild Street.
Good morning, Chair and committee members.
Good morning.
My name is Ravi. My address is 100 Gateskill Street, Brampton, Ontario.
So are you the property owner?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay. Anything you wishes to add beside your application in front of us?
I'm the first, like it's my first house. I'm not sure about the technical terms. I will try to present my perspective. So this is my first house. So I have, I recently found, about the whole basement legalization thing.
Sure.
So I was in process of legalizing, and there is already entrance, existing entrance in the side door. Which seems to be a bit less. I guess the setback is 0.9 meter, which is 0.3 meter less than what's recommended or required. So I'm requesting to.
Yeah, we have that information. Okay. Yeah, we have that information. Let me just go through the procedure, and if there is anything you wishes to add, you're more than welcome.
Sure.
At this point, committee members, any question, comment, concern? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff find that application A 2020-0009 is supportable in part, subject to the following conditions being imposed. 1, that variance 2 be refused. 2, the at-grade side door entrance shall not be used as a primary entrance to access a second dwelling unit. 3, the owner shall obtain a building permit within 60 days of the decision of approval. And 4, that extent of variance 1 be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice.
Thank you. So you understand and accept these conditions?
I understand the conditions. The only thing which I'm requesting to the committee is to consider if I have to if the variance 2 is got refused, I have to do a massive construction on the property. Also, as I mentioned, this is my first house. I have a lot of expectation or a lot of things which I want to do in my backyard. If I do something on my backyard or take out a door at the backyard, I will lose all the privacy because it will be shared with the residents of the second unit.
So you have 2 variances right now. One is for your at-grade entrance. You don't have full 1.2 meter. You have 0.9 meter. So staff is okay with that. But your second variance is that at-grade side entrance, the path of travel, you need to have 1.2 meter, and in this case, that's the same 0.9 meter. So staff is suggesting they are fine with your variance number 1, which is they're okay with your entrance, but you cannot use your side entrance as a primary entrance to access a second dwelling unit. Is that, just a quick question to Ms. Carozzola, is that because it's less than 1.2 meter, or there's some sort of distance from the front of the house to where exactly this door is?
Yeah, and that's exactly it through you, Mr. Chair. The requirement for a principal entrance to a second unit is that a 1.2 meter wide path of travel be maintained from the front of the building to that entrance. And in this case, although planning staff are supportive of the entrance remaining there as secondary access to the building, they are not supportive of removing the requirement for the mandated 4-foot wide path of travel to a principal entrance for a second unit, which is regulated under the 2-unit dwelling provisions of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so I guess that's what we have seen in the past applications as well. One way it's good that the staff is not objecting your entrance, which is not according to the bylaw as well, but they're fine, they are okay if your entrance remain as is. But in the event you're trying to legalize your basement, you will not be able to use as a primary residence for access to the second dwelling unit. I'm okay with the staff recommendation, and if there's any discussion, we can move ahead. If not, looking for a motion to proceed, or any of the committee members have different thoughts. Okay, you understand and accept, sir? Yep. Okay. So, committee members, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed? Motion to proceed with staff recommendations by Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? Thank you. Please work with the staff, sir.
Calling application A 2020-0011 in Zola, Cumberland, Inc. Property is formerly addressed as 145 Queen and 15 Lynch Street.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, city staff. My name is Mark Denardis. I'm a planning associate from Gagnon Walker Domes Urban Planners, the authorized agent of the owner of the subject property. We filed a minor variance application for a reduction on a proposed transformer, hydrotransformer fronting onto John Street. So it's not the most exciting minor variance application. This project dates back to about 2016. It's been a lengthy approvals process. And we're likely maybe about a month to a month and a half away from securing site plan approval. Zoning compliance is the last remaining clearance that I require to obtain SPA approval. And I'm sure you've conducted your site visit and you've seen that the property is under construction. It started last year, and I'm sure you've seen the perspectives. That is the future condition of what the project is supposed to look like. That is a perspective looking southwest. So the proposed transformer is actually behind the 25-story condo tower at the corner of Lynch and John. And I'm just going to put up a zoom up of the landscape plan, and you can see the transformer in the left side of the page. And unfortunately, because of some structural requirements for the below-grade parking garage, we could not find 0.4 of a meter, and that is why I'm here today. So I've had a chance to take a look at the staff recommendation report to find the conditions acceptable, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. Any members, any question, comment, concern at this point? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Staff recommend that application 2020-0011 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. 2, that the owner finalize site plan approval under city file SP 17-036.00, execute a site plan agreement and post any required financial securities and insurance to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services within 180 days. 3, that landscape treatment be provided to screen the hydro transformer from John Street, and landscape details shall be confirmed through site plan approval to the satisfaction of the Director of Environment and Development Engineering. And 4, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
So you understand and accept these conditions?
I do. Thank you.
If no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed.
Mr. Chair, I'm willing to move this, that we approve this application subject to the conditions presented by the city, by the staff.
Okay, motion put forward by staff recommendation by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? Approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Calling application A 2020-014, 760-298 Canada Inc., and the property is located at 131 East Drive.
Anyone from 131 East Drive? 1, 2, 3. No? We'll put this application to the back of the agenda in case they step out or something. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar is the agent. Okay, if we can please call the next application.
Calling application A 2020-0016, Ghulam Joya and Shamaz Javed. The property is located at 2611 Embleton Road.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Committee members and staff. My name is Ghulam Joya. I'm the owner of 2611 Embleton Road, Brampton.
Sure. You wishes to add anything beside we have in front of us? We have your application, so pretty much.
Yes, I agreed with the staff conditions and recommendations.
Okay, sure. Any question, comment, concern at this point, committee members? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application, the address is 2611 Embleton Road, Brampton. Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through Mr. Chair, staff find that application A 2020-0016 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that variance 1 be approved for a temporary period of 3 years. Number 2, that any outdoor storage shall be screened from Embleton Road to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. Number 3, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. And number 4, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay. Thank you. We have a letter from Credit Valley Conservation stating no concern, no objection, and a permit from CVC may be required in the future development, including grading within the area. So staff report is pretty straightforward. It's a home-based business, and which is staff there okay, and we have no problem as well approving, as you already indicated that you accept staff recommendations, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Motion to proceed by staff recommendation by Mr. Power, second by Ms. Stoffler. All in favor? This is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Calling application A 2020-0018, Amir Latif Sayed and Ulan Court. The property is located at 8 Lent Crescent.
Good morning again.
Good morning, sir. Welcome back.
Mazhar Raja, 1465 Clark Boulevard, Milton, and I'm agent for this 8 Lent Crescent, Brampton.
Okay, would you like to add anything beside we already have your application?
No, that's fine, but I do have minor comments and correction.
Sure.
So instead of 0.9 meter, I mean, in bracket it says 0.029 feet, which is wrong. It should be 2.9 feet instead of 0.029.
Yeah.
And the first point, the building permit to be obtained in within 60 days. I think that this is not realistic, keeping in view the workload on the Brampton city.
Mm-hmm.
So in my experience, we are not getting permits less than 10 weeks or more. So it should be extended. So I would recommend it should be 120 days instead of 60 days.
Mm-hmm. We can ask staff, but they always is up to the discretion of Director of Development Services. So
yeah, I'm experiencing that
they're
no problem. Keeping in view their volume of work, they are not able to give us permit less than 90 days for sure.
Okay, we'll have their point of view. No problem. At this point, any question, comment, concern, committee members? No. Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Sir, please come forward. You were standing for quite some time, and I was always under impression that I understand that. I realize. Sir, if you can please step aside. Sir, your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Emmanuel Fanak, and I live on 22 Land Crescent.
If you can please spell your name.
F as in Frank, E-N-E-C-H.
Okay, and your last name, please?
Oh, that's my last name. My first name is E-M-A-N-U-E-L.
Okay, Emmanuel. Please go ahead. What's your address? Once again.
First of all, on this, I'm reading this letter, and it says below grade window. Is this a window or a door for the entrance in the basement?
It says window, so I believe it's a window.
It's a
but
window.
We can double check. Just one, what's your house number, sir? We need for the
22 Land Crescent.
22, okay. So you have a question that whether it's a window or a door. That's your one question, right?
Yeah.
And any other concern beside this, we will clarify that.
Yeah, no, that's the only concern, because if it's an entrance for the basement, I lived on the street for 23 years, and I can tell you I experienced a lot of heartaches with people renting the basement, with cars in the streets, and some of them, they're very disrespectful people. Young guys come in and out, and so I have a little bit of problem with that.
No, I understand your pain in regards to this, but I guess now things are moving in a different direction as well. The city is legalizing the basements, so you may see some of those second dwelling units, the registered basements, the legalized ones. And that's what the city is trying their best, so they can enforce law and order in a better way.
But the city needs to understand that most of us residents, we need to live in peace.
No, I completely understand on that.
Because I had people in my street renting the basement. They had 4 cars, people living in the basement, only 4 cars, 2 in the driveway, 1 in front of my driveway, 1 across the street. And when I need to come out, I need to do this.
Yeah, I understand your pain. If you see...
There is another townhouse being rented, 5 cars in the driveway and 1 on the street. And the lady next door, I don't know how many times I used to see her putting notes on their car, because sometimes she can't even open her own door. So I've been through a lot of heartaches in the street with people renting the basement.
You're a nice neighbor that you're putting the note, and that I can say. Next time I suggest, please call 311 as well if you see any hardship.
Sir, please, every time you call 311, first of all, I could sense it that, why are you bothering us? Second day, we want to know when my grandmother was born. And I ask you so many questions.
I don't think so.
Believe me, it's just waste of time. Just waste of time. But anyway, that's...
No, I really understand your pain.
I'm saying my piece because I've been through a lot. I was the first one to live on the street because it was under construction. I happened to buy the model home.
So if they ask you about your... I'm sure you just said that they ask you who's your grandmother, but I understand what you're trying to say, but they need the information so they can identify, of course, not about anyone's grandmother, but about the proper address and everything, so they can follow up and they can register your complaint.
But most of the time they don't follow up anyways. Most of the time they give you an answer somehow. They give you this political answer. And I'm not into politics. I was a working man before.
I would still suggest to you, now you can come here and you can give the written submission that you can write down on a piece of paper, or you can contact your local councillor. You are in ward number 4, so you have 2 councillors. One is representing you at the city and also at the region, and another one representing you at the city. If you have some concerns about the safety on your street, you can definitely call your local councillor. Their numbers are there, or their email, if you use the computer, first name dot last name at brampton.ca is their their email address. But you can call. I would still encourage you, and I'm sorry that you had some hardship you felt when you called 311 and your experience was not that great. I hope maybe they are working towards to rectify all of these experiences people have with 311. But I would still ask you to be a proud Bramptonian, and we all need to make the city safe and keep engaged. And this is a good, even though I could see you were not able to sit and you're standing here for 1 hour or so, which I really appreciate that you come
But
forward.
the city needs to make the city safe, not the residents, because the residents don't have power.
I fully agree with
The residents don't have power.
Well, we all
the residents, all they do is pay the taxes. When the bill comes, you gotta pay. And if I'm paying a lot of taxes on my house and I go by the rules, I expect to live in peace.
No, your concerns are valid. However, it's all our shared responsibility. But anyway, I fully hear you, and your question, whether that's a window or that's a door, we will get the answer from the staff. Okay, sir? Okay. Thank you very much for coming here. Okay, thank you. If that applicant, anybody else from the neighborhood or regards to this application? Saying none. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Just for clarification.
And the gentleman left, so if we can notify him with the written notice, whatever he asked, that will be great, as that's our standard procedure anyway.
Yeah, just for clarification, Mr. Chair, the application before the committee is for a window only on the other side, but the intent is for a second unit dwelling. That is the window which the variance is required for, and it's requested by the applicant in his submission, amending the condition number 1, that a building permit be obtained within 120 days rather than 60 days is supportable by staff.
And also there was a typo at the variance, requested variance, instead of 0.029 feet.
Yeah.
I see a couple of typos in today's agenda. So anyway, I have no further question, comment, concern. Do you understand and accept these amended conditions? You got 120
yes, we
days now?
accept the conditions, yes.
Okay. So if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed with amended conditions. By Mr. Powers, seconded by Ms. Toffler. All in favor? Approved. Thank you
very much.
Calling application A 2020-0019, Jason Basils and Roderick Sampson. The property is located at 2977 Bovair Drive West.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Community and City. My name is Jason Basils. My property is 2977 Bovair Drive West. I live there with my essentially common law wife, I suppose, and my 2 children. And we have an application before you, as you're all aware, to permit a legal non-conforming single detached dwelling to be relocated on the land zone floodplain, whereas the bylaw does not permit the proposed use. We've received the recommendations of the committee and the city. And of course, we are fine with them when we agree with them and wish to move forward with your permission.
Sure, thank you. Can members, any question, comment, concern at this point? No. Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, I would like to include for the record a letter from the neighbor located at 2981 Bovair Drive West, by Mr. and Mrs. Bajwa, I believe, Upinder Bajwa, Kamaljit Bajwa, stating they are in support of this application. Yeah, they are in support. Also, we have a letter from Credit Valley Conservation Authority stating no objection and stating no objection for this application. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff find that application A 2020-0019 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed. Number 1, that the extent of the variances be limited to that shown on the sketch attached to the public notice. Number 2, that the accessory building identified as the art studio shall not be used as a separate dwelling unit. Number 3, that any required permits from Credit Valley Conservation Authority shall be obtained prior to any development occurring on site. And 4, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of committee shall render the approval null and void.
sir, do you understand and accept these conditions?
I fully understand and accept them.
That's good. If no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Motion to support staff recommendation by Mr. Cope, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? This is approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
After this application, we like to have a 10 minutes break, as my committee members keep reminding me from both the sides. So we'll be back in quick 10 minutes. So to the audience, if they wishes to use the washroom or step out, you can please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. please proceed with the next application.
Calling application A 2020-0020, Ahmed Albasini, and the property is located at 443 Center Street North.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the honorable committee members. My name is Ahmed Albasini. I'm the owner of the subject property here. Before I proceed to the application, I assume I am obligated and I have to bring to your respectful attention that there is basically a very severe, I'll call it deficiency in our application for Committee of Adjustment. When I say our, I'm Bramptonian, and I've been for so long. So I'm happy that I see now new identities running the committee, and fairly, I assume, according to what I've seen. So to be very short, so I don't bother others here. Our Committee of Adjustment application has at the very top a heading called minor variance or special permission. We all, as committee members and we all know that your jurisdiction comes from Section 45. 45, in fact, specify 1 and 2. 1 for minor variances, 2 are not for minor variances. It's called special permission. Our application, unfortunately, when it comes to the section when it asks what is the relief requested, our application just limits it to the word of minor variance. However, and to be fair, I brought to your respectful attention here a copy of our neighbor. That's city of what?
Halton Hills.
Whatsoever city, and they make it so briefly. The section in 45, 1 and 2. By the way, this note have been brought before to the former Committee of Adjustment members and even staff. So if someone is pretending that it's new, it's not true. Now, City of Vaughan still makes it as 45, 1 and 2. They're according to the standards, because this is the standards of the Ontario Professional Policy Plan Statement. But there is more than that, where the cities make it easier for their staff, for their committee members, and for their residents, where they specify it more in practical, and that saves the staff from being, misunderstanding the request or misadvising the committee. The last example I have is City of Niagara as well. They're putting the same thing. So I'm just, asking that this should be amended in our application so that later on we don't go through the hassle that I'm going to go through in my application now. Other than that, I'm ready to proceed with my application if there's no questions.
Sure. Just one, I think staff wants to indicate something here.
Yeah, further to that, Mr. Chair, staff certainly understand the intent of this application, and being that this particular makeup of the committee has not considered this special permission previously, we have legal counsel here today who would like to give a brief overview of what is being asked today. It's not our typical minor variance with the 4-part test. So if we could have our legal counsel, Mr. Steve Amelia of Miller Thompson, provide a brief overview of what the process is, then the committee will be more informed prior to we get into the discussion, if that's okay by the committee.
Sure. If you would like to come here, sir. Okay. So, Mr. Albasini, if maybe you can just step back and.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I just note that my submission was respect to the application in general, not my application for the property.
Okay, sure, no problem.
So good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. My name is Steve Amelia. That's spelled O''Melia. I'm a lawyer with Miller Thompson, as Ms. Waukee has noted. And I'm here because I acted for the city. I was legal counsel on 2 OMB hearings relating to this property in 2016 and 2017. I brought with me this morning a copy of Planning Act Section 45, Sub 2, Sub A, Sub Roman numeral 2, and hopefully all the committee members have that. And it's entitled Other Powers. So Mr. Albasuni is absolutely correct. This isn't the four-part test that the committee is very used to dealing with under Section 45 sub 1.
It comes under special permissions?
Other powers, it just says other powers is the heading that appears in the Act. And it says, in addition to its powers under subsection 1, which again is the four tests for a minor variance, the committee upon any such application, A, where any land, building, or structure on the day the bylaw was passed was lawfully used for a purpose prohibited by the bylaw, may permit, and then you can jump right down to Roman numeral 2, the use of such land, building, or structure for a purpose that, in the opinion of the committee, and this is the important part, is similar to the purpose for which it was used on the day the bylaw was passed, or is more compatible with the uses permitted by the bylaw than the purpose for which it was used on the day the bylaw was passed. If the use for a purpose prohibited by the bylaw or another use for a purpose previously permitted by the committee continued until the date of the application to the committee. And there may be some comments on that last bit later. So the test to be applied rather than the four-part test is really just a two-part test. And that test is, number one, would granting the application be appropriate for the desirable development of the land? So that's one of the four tests that, again, you're used to applying. And number two, would the proposal, if approved, create any unacceptable adverse impacts? And that's as far as it goes. So you're not measuring it against the official plan. You're not measuring it against the zoning bylaw as you would a normal minor variance. Staff have provided their opinion in the report on whether those tests are met, but that's all I intended to say at this point. I don't want to prejudge what the applicant's about to say, but I do have some comments on the history, but I think it makes sense to hear him out, hear what he actually has to say, and then if they're relevant, I can provide those to the committee later in the meeting.
Yeah, later on, if we feel we need these comments, or if you would like to advise, obviously you can raise your hand, or we'll be more than happy to hear. Just for the record, on this application, the first time it came to committee in 2015, I believe, and second time in 2017.
That's correct. October 6, 2015 was the first application. That was then.
As far as my memory goes, I believe I was there. So as a member, Ms. Stoffler. Two of us came. Two of us know a bit of history, but of course we see lots of applications. But I recall Mr. Albasuni here. I was on the committee. I was not the chair, but I was on the committee at the.
I do remember that. I think you were sitting right in that spot.
Somewhere here.
Okay, maybe
wherever they
backwards.
gave me the seat to sit, right? One of those corners.
And then the second time it was here was January the 24th of 2017, as noted in the report. And both of those ended up in OMB hearings.
Yeah.
So unless there's any further questions, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Albasuni, if you can please come back here, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I assume, if I'm not mistaken, I understand that Mr. Stephen Umalia have made no submissions with respect to the application and the deficiency within the application. I know staff wanted to hear, but what we heard actually does not relate at all to the fact that our Brampton application has deficiency and it should be treated. So I appreciate that he made some clarification with respect to the law. I used to see a lawyer here as an advisor, legal advisor to the committee. I don't know what change have taken place, but anyhow, we're not yet there. I understand that I pointed out that Mr. Umalia did not make any submissions to that, so I made my submissions to that, and I hope I see that this been changed. Now, the importance of this change will be more valued when we go through my application, when we see staff is completely heading somewhere else. Unfortunately, also making some wrong factual findings. And I'm not really specific. Like Mr. Umalia have made two errors, perhaps when he advised about dates. I did not comment to that. Mr. Umalia said that the staff have addressed the test for this particular property. No, it's not. The staff report is here. So I'm not here to, show that I know some information or that some other people that wrong know. I'm just here in brief, stating that, you know, there is a statutory approval initiated by the Planning Act for those who meet the criteria and requirements, and I do meet that. And that approval from the committee, yes, it's discretionary for them to do the decision. However, it's not to bother or make any other neighbor sad or mad. No, it's in general called phasing out of non-conforming use. Phasing out is completely different than rezoning, completely different than any other process that the building division will have. So, my property as staff, and I don't wanna go through the staff report and show, you know, what has been there and what is wrong. I'm just gonna briefly say that staff for the history have indicated the two applications. First application, I've been here, brand new, know nothing about it. Unfortunately, the zoning staff have done wrong in the checklist, did not identify or acknowledge the legal non-conforming use. I have taken the dark route instead of walking the light with the assistance of the staff. Then second application, I learned what should be done and what is needed. So I directed staff to follow the rules, indicated the legal non-conforming use. I indicated that I'm looking for a specific section that is within Ontario Act and allows for the statutory approval that I'm seeking. So this was the first page for the staff report. In here, it explained a little bit that, you know, I'm having legal non-conforming use. I'm trying to make the committee decide whether duplex is permitted within R1B3. It didn't make sense to me. I did not ask for that. I asked the committee to make the finding that duplex is compatible and similar use to the legal non-conforming use, and it is a conforming use that is old section 15.5 R2B1. It's enacted by the city of Brampton by the force of the Ontario Professional Policy Statement in order to make such a zone for those who have legal non-conforming uses and they want to phase out of it. As you know, the section 45.2 does not give only options to phase out, but it gave also options to expand and enlarge. So our city, our professional plan, section 5.18, states that all those who have legal non-conforming use shall be encouraged to phase out of such non-conformity so that the land may be used or continue to be used in conformity with the general provision. And that's when I have a big problem with staff, that they mistyping the official plan in the report. This is not acceptable at all. If you would read the official plan mentioned in the staff report and go and read the specific official plan page, you would see that there has been a little bit, you know, of a change in the way that it was phased that will give you guys as the members a different understanding. So perhaps this one is the one that I'm gonna, you know, zoom into it and start at it a little bit because it's serious. So in here, it says, within the city's official plan, the goal of section 5.18 is to have the non-conforming land uses in the long term be discontinued or relocated to such lands where the use is in conformity with the applicable land use document. This is not true. What is true, what is mentioned or stated in the official plan, sorry, I have the, you know, open here, but for some reason it,
no problem. If, Mr. Albasuni, meantime, if I may ask staff a couple of questions. Meantime.
Absolutely, absolutely, Mr. Chair.
So Just to the staff, this property right now has legal non-conforming use that still exists for the second dwelling unit. That's what we have on this property?
As outlined in the staff report, through you, Mr. Chair, legal non-conforming status had previously been granted for the building that existed, and obviously dating
The
back
previous
to
structure.
1995, when the use was
Yeah.
previously not permitted. I can confirm that the property and all lands, in fact, single, semis, and detached dwellings within Brampton today are permitted to contain
Exactly.
a second dwelling unit. So whether it's legal non-conforming or permitted as of right, obviously when this was previously adjudicated, it was legal non-conforming by necessity, because prior to 2015, it would not have been a permitted use. But with the introduction of the 2-unit dwelling provisions now into the zoning bylaw as a permitted use as of right, it simply is an as of right land use permission for a 2-unit dwelling in compliance with section 1016 of the bylaw.
So right now, I see this application at the page number 3 and section 12, it says duplex 2 units within a single detached. So having said that, duplex we don't have here, but I know some other parts, not in our city, but other municipalities, this concept. They both have different civic address, and they are attached to within, or if let's say I'm the property owner and I have a duplex, can I sell one and keep one, or I had to do both at the same time? The register's PIN of the land registry, I believe, is still same, like?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that it is a duplex dwelling, so 2-unit structure on a single parcel of land. I don't believe that they're severed or condominiumized in that way, not typically, certainly. The sale of one unit without the sale of the other, I don't believe would be potential,
Right.
unless there was some sort of division or severance or condominium.
Okay, Mr. Albasani, back to you. You were looking something. Would you able to find?
Yes, absolutely. I also noted the point that Ms. Corzola spoke about. So, unfortunately, I don't have the
That's okay.
The specific or the page that I should have printed, but
That's okay.
I think it can be seen here that 5.18 gives the general goal or objective, and then 5.18.1 gives other direction with respect to the application being encouraged. Then starting from 5.18.2, that is not applicable, that's for extension or enlargement. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to cross-reference the paragraph of the staff here where it's right above the phone where it says that the objective or the goal would be long-term be discontinued or relocated to permit such lands where the use in the conformity with the applicable land use document. Well, if you read in here, it says completely different. It says that it provides for the continued operation of the legal non-conforming use, which in long term will be discontinued or relocated to permit such lands to be used in conformity with the applicable land use documents. So for staff to come here and just mention that, you know, it's has to do with lands has to discontinue only to be used in conformity with the applicable land use document, it's kind of stripping out something has a Bauer, a grandfather in Bauer, and just strip it out. So the policy as being represented by the staff saying that, oh, the policy says that the objective is that we strip the legal non-conforming uses from any property. No, this is not what Ontario professional policy statement has directed. It's directed that, you know, uses phase out of the nonconformity to something else. What is something else? Something else that's compatible and similar. Staff have gone through, like, comparing to the other application, I say it's fair, some errors, yes, but fair. They indicated that there is a duplex use permitted within Brampton. I am happy for that. They also indicated that the definition of duplex is that a single detached dwelling, but separated into two, above unit and below unit. And that was exactly my legal non-conforming duplex, which the building division has processed.
In your previous structure, you had legal non-conforming use for the second dwelling unit.
That's right.
Right? So, as staff mentioned, before 2015, and between 1995 and 2015, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong, if after 1995, since we did not have the policy for the second dwelling unit, and you and many other properties, they were going with legal non-conforming use for the second dwelling unit. But after that, ever since the city moved ahead, the municipality moved ahead with the second dwelling unit, and they start legalizing the basement apartments. Even though the structure, you don't have the structure today, but I guess once, if you wishes to proceed to build something, you can apply to have the second dwelling unit legalized, as many of the other Bramptonians are applying for it. In fact, given the nature that your property is at the corner location, you may have some, I don't know what kind of structure you're proposing, or the length or the width of your driveway. In fact, this council, they are considering lifting the criteria to have the third parking space, which is a mandatory as we speak now. If anyone, for example, if I wish to come forward for my property to have my basement as a second dwelling unit to be legalized, right now if I go ahead and I come to the city, I need to have 3 parking spaces, whether 2 inside the garage or 1 outside, or if I have a single car garage, I need to have 2 outside, because we need to have the designated 1 parking spot for the second dwelling unit, versus I believe by the time June, mid-June or sometime, the way council is proceeding, and they are removing that criteria. So in the event when you are proposing your structure, or you're coming with the plan to the city, you can have second dwelling unit, what we are discussing here about non-conforming, which was attached to your previous structure. Am I correct, Ms. Corzola?
That's correct. A 2-unit dwelling is a permitted use as of right, subject to the 2-unit dwelling provisions.
But your question is, you wishes to go ahead with the duplex unit? Am I correct? If a layman's language,
You're absolutely correct that I'm requesting that transition to the duplex. However, I completely agree with you that it appears, according to what Ms. Corzola said, and according to what the staff have advised in the report at the very bottom about the new bylaw that came in 2015, it appears that, I can follow the different route and get to there, but unfortunately, this is not advice in a good faith that is made by staff. And the committee members here are aware, very well aware, of the bylaw, which I have studied, and I know its requirements, and I know the other process, which is the transition. Just to start with, my unit was not a 2-unit dwelling within a single family home by the mean that, I had a specific square footage of the entire unit. It was not like that. It was detailed by a Superior Court judge, where he said it was 2 different units, above unit and lower unit, and each one has separate, and it's a legal non-conforming duplex. So to make a comparison between duplex and a second unit within a single family detached, the prime example I just mentioned is the square footage of the second unit matters. Secondly, I noticed the question that you made to staff with respect to selling one unit and keeping the other unit. It doesn't work that way with respect to, you know, a real estate market, but however...
I was under impression, but still, I was just checking again, right? Since we don't have around here.
And that's why I'm pointing out the little details that make a matter, that when I moved to register my unit, as I have done before the city revoked the permit, I would be entitled to 2 separate utilities for everything, 2 separate meters, 2 separate meters for gas, for hydro, for water, for everything. So duplex is completely different than 2-unit within a dwelling. And there is the Honorable Justice Baltman of the Superior Court completely reviews the argument that both are the same, because basically our legislator who made Brampton bylaw have seen that, you know, there is a need to identify second dwelling units and duplexes and 3plexes and 4plexes. So the legislator knew that there is a difference between them. We can submit it, or we can make submissions, you know, that both are the same and I will pay the price for it, but this is not true and is not right. It's mentioned here in the staff report at page, I assume, 3, where it says, sorry, it will be page 3, I assume. Yeah, where it says in 2015, city, Brampton passed a second unit registration bylaw, and it allows for a second unit, blah, 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 blah. I just want to tell the honorable committee that if I have the brochure of this bylaw, I will point out to you, at the very bottom it says, for legal non-conforming uses, you have different revenue. So, not completely what you've been, you know, advised here by the staff. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to tell you that. But I assume I covered the important parts of the staff report. But in order to wrap up my submission and make it brief so that I can address any reply or any question from the committee, I'm not here again to bother anyone. I'm not here to build a house to upset others or make their committee values drop down or whatnot. Basically, I'm following the law.
Yep.
And the committee here may say, okay, you know what, if we were grant this approval, what reasonable points staff will have, and reasonable points I will see only when they made some, you know, kind of comparison to the performance standards of the current zone and standard performance to the duplex. And I would appreciate to go that, you know, route with them, because it sounds fair. And according to my study between both zones, I confirm that both are the same. The only difference, as the zoning staff said, is the lot coverage. Zoning staff have presented that, you know, this R2B1, the extended one zone, allows people to build the entire property, no maximum coverage. This is not true. In fact, it has a lot of setbacks that set the proposed structure on the lot. So if I have a property, a survey like this, and the setbacks tells me, you know what? You have to leave this from the back, you have to leave this from the front, you have to leave this from the sides, but you don't have maximum coverage. Then my maximum coverage will be calculated according to maintaining the setback around it, right? Which I confirm to you, if we do the math, according to the R2B1, the maximum coverage for my lot, which is a corner lot, will be 45%, versus what is now allowed is 40%.
Let's ask that particular to the staff. But again, in the event when you are proceeding further, and you know what, one way, this committee appreciate that you're engaging with the city and you're moving ahead back. I thank you for doing that and coming forward.
Same here.
Right, and I can assure you one thing, in the event you are here today or you come in the future for any variance, it's good to learn from the past, but we are here with the approach to work with. We are there at the same time for your neighbors, we are here for you, as long I'm on the committee and these committee members.
That can be seen.
So it's not that something is in the pre-mindset right now, for your benefit, the good thing is, for example, the second dwelling unit thing has changed, the bylaw has changed. So you may not need to go through the same recourse for the legal non-conforming use and stuff in the event you are willing to put together, construct, for example, a second dwelling unit, or if depend on outcome on today's result of this application. Second is you indicated about these setbacks, right? In the event, if you feel in the future that you need setbacks, you can always, I'm not sure when you were dealing last time whether there was the same staff. We have so many new members as we have new members on the committee. You can always, discuss with them. And if you feel somewhere that, you need some sort of relief, you're more than welcome to come back here. And I don't want to tap on my own shoulder that we are generally good people, but we try our best
these
to
things
work.
Can be seen, it cannot be said.
Right.
It can be sensed, cannot be said. And that's what I said. I'm happy to see a change here.
Right. So back to staff, as maybe Ms. Waki, if you can, as Mr. Albasuni indicated, that in the event of those setbacks, the lot coverage, what is the maximum lot coverage as we speak, or what he said in his question, if we can get some clarity. I know it's not relevant as today's application, but just for my knowledge.
That's right, and I agree with you. However, I think the staff will need to do some calculation to measure. I don't know if they have an answer out of the top of their head. Perhaps Ms. Kurzola knows because she knows a lot about the history.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to give you an idea of the requirements of the zoning bylaw that apply to this land today. The land is zoned, as indicated, R1B3, section 153. There are established requirements and restrictions within that zone. However, in 2013, the city of Brampton also passed what's now referred to as the mature neighborhood provisions.
Okay.
So lands within a certain identified area within the city in which this land is located, which were
This
identified.
is also falls under that
This
mature.
this property is now within a mature neighborhood, which has then again also deviated and changed the performance standards for this property. So the maximum coverage for any property, any single detached dwelling, I should say, within a mature neighborhood is 30% lot coverage.
30%?
30, yes.
30.
30.
Okay.
And by comparison, if the question is what is the required lot coverage in the zone that Mr. Albasuni would like to have applied to this land, the R2B1 zone, the established lot requirement as a requirement in that zone says no requirement. But completely agree that there are required setbacks also within that zone. So the zone, and I completely agree with the argument that there is a de facto maximum lot coverage based on the requirement for setbacks in that zone. However, there's no specified maximum within the R2B1 zone. I do want to emphasize again, however, that this property is not zoned R2B1. And although the R2B1 zone is a zone category within the city of Brampton that applies to lands zoned R2B1 on Schedule A of the bylaw, this land is not zoned R2B1 on Schedule A of the bylaw.
Any question, committee members, at this point to the staff or Mr. Albasuni?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification, because the application we have in front of us is the request for a duplex. Is that what the request is?
That's right.
Because the verbiage is not in there, so I just wanted to get
The sorry, what is not there?
The verbiage is not in the application.
Like it's not clearly saying, but we
Okay.
can interpret.
Well, I assume it explains that I'm not seeking minor variance and I'm asking for a special permission pursuant to section blah, blah, blah of the Planning Act for a transition from legal nonconformity.
Sorry, just to interrupt, in your previous applications, it clearly stated, I guess, but not in this one. But anyway, we understand.
Can I have a copy of this, Cruzwell? it's right here. Yeah, well, this is that's the application before you today. And it was mentioned the relief applied for is not a minor variance. The relief applied for is a special permission pursuant to blah, blah, blah from the Building Act for a permission from this to that as directed by the official plan.
Thank you. I see that in the further documentation, but it's not on our cover page, so I just
Okay,
wanted to-
so
Yeah,
you're talking about number
12, I
number
believe.
12,
Yep.
duplex two-unit dwelling within a single detached.
Yes.
This is the proposed use. Yes, that's I'm proposing to continue my duplex, but in conformity with the provisions. So basically, any legal non-conforming use has the right to continue as it is. No one can, even court does not have the jurisdiction to strap this from a property. The only ways that the legal non-conforming use phase out or discontinue is if you have another use or you decided to go phase out and do the transition to a conforming use. So in the first case is not applicable. Just put it aside, it's only in the phase that where someone wants to say, okay, you know what, I have a non-conforming duplex. How can I get this confirmed with the city and I proceed as duplex, not a two-unit dwelling? Then the revenue will be either the building division or the committee of adjustment. Brampton official plan only directs through the committee of adjustment, doesn't mention anything about the building division and chief building official. So I'm following whatever the city have implemented or, put in the official plan.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So just a further clarification, because we're trying to understand.
I appreciate
Obviously,
that.
both sides have a lot of information, a lot of background that we may not have. So in terms of what Ms. Corazola had mentioned to us, is it your contention that because you're focusing on the fact that you had a legal non-conforming use, that does not need to fall within the zoning bylaw that Ms. Corazola had mentioned to us? So in other words, you're quoting the R2B1 zoning, which the city apparently is saying your property does not fall under. So I'm just trying to understand clarification in terms of zoning before we get to some of the other aspects.
Yes, I really appreciate that because it's setting the record straight. In fact, my property was zoned by municipal council back in 2014 as R1. R1 allow only single family homes and whatnot there, but only single family detached. When that legal non-conforming use was deemed, then the bylaw that was passed becomes effectiveless. So the standards, the use, whatsoever is in there does not apply to that. In this case, Ontario have made specific regulations that, those residents who have those apartments have some legal rights. Legal rights to do what? To do one or two or three. So I agree with Ms. Corazola that the zone applied by the zoning bylaws to this property does not allow duplex. But at the time when it was passed, there was existing use there, which is two-unit dwelling. So in the current situation, the zoning looks at it, okay, it's a single detached R1B, but it has a legal non-conforming designation, which is completely correct. I can stay in that phase forever, or I can choose to do something else. So this is, unfortunately, the part that is not at all known to Brampton, either residents or staff, but it is at other cities, the transition. It's called a transition process. They have even a diagram for it, how to do it. But in here, there's a complete, darkness around this topic. So it's not a rezoning. It's me saying, yes, I am in R1B3 in a zone that allows only a single family, but I have a power of right for a second dwelling. So I don't want to live as non-conforming. I want to phase out to that extended one zone that Brampton has that recognize any legal non-conforming. It recognizes duplex non-conforming, triplex non-conforming, fourplex. So anyone with a legal non-conforming who want to go through that transition have to deal with the registration, which first obtaining kind of a change of use. What you're granting now, it's called a change of use. Has nothing to do with zoning, it's a change of use. The committee is allowing the compatible use, which is duplex. Now, I cannot take that duplex and just go to the land. I'm gonna start my duplex. No, I have to go to the building division and says, okay, this is the change of use, and now I wanna construct this house. They will bring up the issue of the mature, bylaw and zoning and the requirements for the duplex and whatnot. We will have to deal with that at the building division. But the important point that Ms. Corzola, unfortunately, or the staff tried to make it a big of an issue is that I'm requesting the zone that does not set a maximum coverage. No, this is not the picture to the people or the neighbors that are around the property. This is not the right picture that they should understand. No, I'm just requesting to build a duplex.
Just, sorry, Mr. Albasuni, that actually is not that they were putting some numbers. I asked them, like, what is the lot coverage? Because you indicated the setbacks. So that's why I requested some clarification that.
I agree.
Right? Because as you indicated, 40% or based on the setbacks, it may go to 45. So I just wanted to have, for the benefit of this committee, like what is the maximum allowable coverage area? And we clearly understand your property falls under the mature neighborhood criteria. So having said that, you can, by law, you can go up to 30%.
I'll get to that. However, just to be clear, yes, I agree with you with respect to the zoning part, with respect to the number, but I was just explaining that at the zoning report or the staff report, it showed that, the duplex does not have a maximum coverage, and that, may be an issue for the neighbors to be worried of. And I wanted to explain it. I said it's gonna go maximum to 45%. However, we all know that you are empowered to do conditions, right? 20, 30, 40, 45, it's up to you. Now, what we have to see as a respectful community here is that we all work together. So for staff to come with a report that does not make us work together, let me ask you a question. If there is any reason that we don't have in that 4 pieces report the indication of the mature plan neighborhood, there is a reason? If there is a reason to have it a separate pop-up at the hearing? No, there's not. It's not here. Plus errors. So I'm really happy, even if I will get refused, I'm really happy that I've seen that, attitude from the committee that is trying to work and with good faith that I can sense it. I don't know why staff does that. Perhaps there's, whatever instruction or diplomatic, whatever reasons are, but what I'm saying here is that the committee is now empowered to save a lot of hassles between the neighbors and me going through tribunals and whatnot, and just make it easier. This guy wants to build duplex. The lot coverage, as zoning stated, will be maximum 30% with the setback, so you're having 70% of 8,000 square foot empty, only 30% built. And duplex use, what Mr. Emilia should have said, the appropriate or the applicable test is the permission being appropriate and desirable. If Brampton allows duplex and encourages residents to do that, will that not be desirable or appropriate? If the city is the one that encouraged people to follow this process, then I come here and ask to follow this process. Will that not be appropriate to your respectful attentions? I doubt it. Those were my submissions. If there is any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Albasuni.
Thank you.
We do, we'll ask, anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say, can I speak from here?
No, please come forward as we need your address and name for the record. Anybody else beside this lady wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, so we have one speaker. Ma'am, your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, my name is Peggy Ronayne, and I live at number 9 Hinchley Wood Grove, which is directly on the side of Mr. Albacini's backyard property, so we're connected. So my fear is kind of like, where is all this parking going to come into? Our street is a one-sided parking lot, so if there's a duplex, so my concern is kind of like yours, where is he going to put his parking? Like the parking, the last time we heard, I don't know if it was true, he was going to put a parking lot in his backyard, which was directly by the side of our fence, which is our bedroom. So at night, cars would be coming and going all night long in his backyard. And like it's like from here to there is the piece of property with the fence. So that's my biggest concern right now.
Just to answer your question, ma'am, and staff can correct if I'm wrong, I don't think so there is any plan yet in front of us or the staff. So your concerns are genuine. I'm not saying that why these concerns are being an immediate neighbor. I fully understand. But at the same time, right now, I don't think so there's any sketch or any plan has been submitted.
Because there's nowhere else for him to put parking on that lot. It's like a one-car drive. The house, the bungalow we've been in our property for 41 years. So we're the first owners, and there was always a little bungalow there on that corner. So now it's going to be a corner with a duplex. And so the duplex, the bedrooms are going to be facing directly to our bedrooms. The windows.
Let me just get some clarification and maybe correct. In the event, if let's say, Ms. Corzola, if no duplex, a regular two-story detached dwelling can go there or no?
That's correct. A regular two-story, two-unit detached dwelling could go there.
Regular two-story?
We're in a semi, right?
Two-story, two-unit dwelling is a permitted use.
Permitted, right? So in the event, even let's say there's no duplex, as you mentioned, there's one structure without being duplex, there may be the bedrooms still be facing on the next door neighbor's driveway or the property.
That's correct.
Right.
The maximum building height for any dwelling, again, any single detached dwelling in a mature neighborhood would be 8.5 meters in building height, and that would allow for a solid two-story structure, yes.
Yeah. So ma'am, back to you, and I could have said straight, but we have the experts here. I like to say, I don't want to give the misinformation.
That's fine.
So in the event if Mr. Albasuni is not constructing a duplex, he is still allowed to build a two-story detached dwelling, and those bedrooms can be, and it's not just on his property. If down the road, whether you sell it to somebody and the new owner comes and they decide to go two-story structure, they are also allowed, they are also permitted under the current bylaws for the maximum height, up to that maximum height Ms. Corzola just indicated, right? So I know the history was kind of rough at some point.
Pardon?
The history was, there's lots of history on this lot within the previous structure, but right now it's a fresh new application. And I'm glad that from the neighborhood you come forward, and I thank you for that and being engaged. Any question you may have in the future, you are more than welcome to contact the staff for the status of what is going on this lot, on this property. But to answer your question, if you have any, you will be notified today's outcome by the notice by the city. But for the future status, you're always more than welcome to contact. But to just rephrase it, a regular two-story structure is allowed under the current city bylaws, and that bedroom there will be bedroom, whether that's a duplex or just single one unit, or with the second dwelling in the basement apartment.
Can I ask one quick question?
Sure, ma'am.
So with that duplex, would that include a basement as well? Or like
before he took when he did his other house, he took the basement out, so he went up from the land up. So now with the duplex, will it go up from the land or will it go up from a basement?
Ms. Carazola, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's nothing that would prescribe either route having to be taken. The bylaw would permit the bylaw permits a house that doesn't include a basement. Again, though, maximum building height is measured from the ground. So to get a two-unit dwelling, typically people would build a two-story unit, principal unit, or perhaps 1.5 of the first floor could be used as the principal unit, and then it could include a basement. There's no requirement that the second unit be located in a basement in the city's zoning bylaw. It can be located in any portion of the dwelling.
Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, that answer all your questions?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for
Okay,
being here.
thank you.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Back to Ms. Carazola. So when we talk about, this is a little bit more information. As you mentioned, now legally 2 units are permitted. For example, the second dwelling is permitted. So in the event anybody, whether that's Mr. Albizuni or anybody, is willing to construct a structure, if they not choose to go down in the basement, can they still construct the 2 units within the 30% lot coverage and within that allowable lot coverage of 30%?
That's correct.
Okay. So what is the difference between second dwelling unit and duplex?
That's an interesting question, and to summarize, all duplexes are 2-unit dwellings. But all 2-unit dwellings are not necessarily duplexes. A duplex is a defined term that has an established configuration with one unit above the other. And as we've just been discussing, a 2-unit dwelling can be in any configuration. There are different requirements and restrictions that apply to a 2-unit dwelling than would to a duplex dwelling where that use is permitted in the zone that applies to lands that are zoned to permit a duplex. The parking requirement is different. For instance, that for a duplex, you require 2 spaces for each unit, whereas presently for a 2-unit dwelling, you only need 1 space for the additional unit. And as indicated, council is currently revisiting even that requirement for a 2-unit dwelling. There are some requirements for a path of travel to the principal entrance for a 2-unit dwelling. Excuse me, for the second entrance. So there are some differences in terms of the requirements and restrictions that apply to both uses. As noted, a 2-unit dwelling is permitted in any single, semi, or detached dwelling throughout the city, provided that they comply with section 10.16 of the zoning bylaw, whereas a duplex is only a permitted use within land zoned R2B1, unless there is a site-specific zone that would apply to a property to list that use specifically as being a permitted use.
Okay, thank you for all the information.
I just will say a brief answer to your question, which will make it a lot easier for you to understand the difference between duplex and
Sure.
Basically, if tomorrow morning I proceed and say, okay, I'm going to build my house on the 30% coverage, and I build a structure that covers 30%, 2 floors, on duplex space, I can have each floor as a separate unit with separate utilities, with separate everything. No.
Separate meters?
Separate meters.
Okay.
I cannot have restriction. I cannot have Ms. Carazola coming and telling me, oh, listen, the second unit has to be a specific percentage of the house. Versus if I'm in 2-unit dwelling, then Ms. Carazola walks in and tells me, oh, wait a minute, what is the GFA of the entire place? And you have to get a percentage. This is what not, been stated.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can just clarify,
Sure.
there is no requirement for a prescribed percentage for one unit to be a certain percentage of the other unit. That was a requirement with the original 2015 amendment. However, I believe it was in 2017, council actually amended the requirement for a limitation on the size. The only limitation now is that one unit has to be smaller than the other. That difference in area could be 1 square inch. for instance. Typically, it's attributed to what would be a furnace room or a mechanical unit. Mechanical room that might be located in one of the unit would be deducted from that floor area. So for the most part, there are no restrictions on the size of a secondary unit in a 2-unit dwelling at this time.
Given that one unit has to be smaller than the other.
Yeah.
So I cannot have 2 units in each floor. So, you know, that's what I wanted really to explain.
Not on each floor.
Well, if I, in the scenario of having 2-unit dwellings, I cannot have each unit in each separate floor completely, both are equal. I cannot have separate meters. I cannot call it duplex. However, if I have duplex, I can do this two units, same exact. So that the brief answer that I just wanted to lay down to your question.
Thank you. Thank you. If we can have proper staff report and staff's recommendation, so we can move ahead with this application, unless anybody have any, my fellow committee members have any question. I guess it's better if we first get to hear staff recommendations formally and officially. So then if they have any question, they can definitely ask, and then we can move ahead with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So staff did recommend refusal of this application. And I would turn your attention to the decision, the OMB decision that it's attached to this staff report. So the one dated September 26, 2017, where it was specifically dealt with that section of the act that the applicant has referenced 45(2)AII of the act. So the board has already made a decision on this application specifically to the request that we have before you. And so staff, you know, we do not feel it's appropriate. We do feel that it would have inverse effects in the neighborhood. And if you read that OMB decision, it's very clear what it is. Being that we've heard today, and I think, you know, maybe there's some more knowledge of what's happened in staff's and the city's bylaws and 2-unit provisions since then, we would be happy to sit down with the applicant and talk about what really the 2-unit dwelling is in a single detached dwelling in the mature neighborhoods. And so if the applicant would like to sit down with staff and have a discussion on that, we're happy to do that. But the application before you today has been dealt with by the board previously.
Through the committee and through OMB?
And so we're happy to sit down with the applicant and talk about what he could do on those lands. But that's the position of staff, that it be refused as proposed to the committee.
Okay. Any other discussions, recommendations, suggestions by anyone? Our committee is wishing to move ahead with the procedure. Mr. Albasini?
Sure. Brief reply to the
staff report
answer. Yeah. The decision rendered by the OMB in 2017 cannot be concluded to have dealt with the matter, because basically the board proceeded in my absence. So they did not visit the issues, and it was not a proper hearing. It was not a fair hearing. So given all the circumstances, still having a decision in someone's absence denying his appeal does not preclude your jurisdiction or stop you from proceeding. What we anticipated to hear from the zoning officer or staff is the appropriate or the applicable tests to that application. I don't have a problem to agree to disagree, but reasonably, you know, at least reasonably.
Exactly. So
it is a matter of tests. Perhaps there's someone at the very end there, he's well aware of how the law works, and I'm saving my submissions of the law just to get into that. But with respect to a previous decision, it did not mention the policies, did not mention the applicable test, it didn't mention anything, and it's not an answer with respect to professional, you know.
Let me just put our 2 cents here, Mr. Albasini. It's good we have a legal counsel to advise us. It's good we have the history, it's a written history of this property. We have 2 OMB decisions. That is one criteria to make our decision. Again, let me rephrase it. This body sitting here Obviously, we always see what's happened in the past. That is one factor. But our decision is obviously based on our present mindset and today's surroundings of today's and how each and every committee member feels, right? You were not there or you were there, we have that information already, right? Regardless, as Ms. Waki just mentioned, you're more than welcome to come and sit and discuss about this piece in the future. Regardless of today's outcome, in the future, you come forward, you have 30% lot coverage, and when you sit with your planner or your architecture, and you are planning the layout of your proposed dwelling in the future or near future, and you are going over, I can't say how much over you're going, you're still more than welcome to come before us about your, if you are not meeting the municipality's setback criteria and you are not meeting 100% requirement, I can assure you a fresh approach will be dealing with your future applications. But please sit with municipality, the staff, and discuss. So, as you already said in the before when you made this comment that that was one thing in the past, but moving forward, we have a chance for the staff, for the committee to work together. And I think when all reasonable parties sit together on a table, we have a mutual outcome, and which is good for you, good for your neighbors, and good for this municipality. But I can assure you 100%, you wish to come 2 times, 3 times more to this committee. Each and every aspect, whether that's the height of your, we have seen this many times, whether you come for extra lot coverage area, whether you come for any setback. For your easement, now for your legal non-conforming use, the council is lifting the 3rd parking criteria for throughout the city. So which is actually good for you that you can have your second dwelling unit in the event if your request to have the duplex, this committee does not believe the same as you are requesting. So,
sure. Which I have no problem at all. I said I'm ready and prepared to agree to disagree. However,
yeah,
on reasonable grounds.
Exactly.
To hear some reasonable, answers with respect to the law, with respect to the test, not with respect to some other things. What I wanted to put in and to set the record straight for this application, we just had one neighbor, immediate neighbor, was concerned about does the house will have a basement? Will be a bedrooms looking at my, and your answer was reasonable enough. Even if there was a shed, it will be facing your backyard. No. So what
I understand what your context is, but at the same time, shed has a different
the
bylaws for the height.
The person who came to speak with respect to objecting to that application did not have any reasonable grounds for the committee to consider not to refuse. Yeah. Also, and I heard staff did not lay out the proper indication of, this development is not appropriate or is not, of any interest or benefit to the community. So I didn't hear those. I just, again, reply to you to save those people time that the matter that we're looking at is the applicability of the test and whether or not it meets it. I'm ready and I'm prepared to get the refusal decision. I have no problem with that, but on reasonable grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. One question of legal counsel. So we are used to working under the 4 tests for minor variance. Would it be possible for you to repeat to us what the 2 tests are for us to review under this application?
Yeah, absolutely not. I don't know if I'm running from here, so I'll just step up. So the test is, would granting the application be appropriate for the desirable development of the land? And the second test is, would the proposal, if approved, create any unacceptable adverse impacts? Those are somewhat tied. Ms. Waukee made the point very well. I would encourage, though, the members to read the 2017 decision. It's kind of bang on point with what we were hearing today. Thank you.
If no further discussion, which we have quite a bit, I guess, but it's a good discussion for all the clarity. If no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed by any committee members.
Motion to proceed. And I'm going to have to go again with the staff's recommendations, and I want to apologize on behalf of obviously what's gone on here. It's gone on for over an hour. But obviously there's a lot of back and forth, and I think that that's something what Ron had spoke to earlier, perhaps speaking with bylaw and zoning and obviously the members of the city to perhaps you guys establishing some common ground as opposed to you coming back and forth with various zoning bylaws and amendments to some of your applications. I just think it would be easier for everyone that you guys come up with some sort of common ground and work in that general direction as to satisfying everyone. But I mean, based on what we have here, there's a lot of back and forth and concerns on everyone's behalf. So I'm gonna have to again go with the city because this could go on all day and there's probably legitimate points on both sides. But again, I'm gonna put forward that motion to refuse the application based on what we've heard today and hope that you guys can work together and solve some of the concerns that you have, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Cope to refuse the application. Do we have seconder? Seconded by Mr. Power. All in favor? So, again, back to Mr. Albasuni. You're more than welcome to come in the future.
I don't plan to keep coming. It's a one-shot application, you know?
Yeah.
So I really appreciate your timing and understanding.
Yeah.
And hopefully our application be, amended perhaps to at least outline what the law is allowing. And
Yeah.
thanks a lot for your timing.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
Sure.
And I want to thank the legal counsel as well, for Miller Thompson. And sorry, thanks to all the audience for the other applications. This was one of the applications, took time, but yeah.
That's okay, yeah. Oh, do we go back to one?
Can you please call the next application, please?
Call, excuse me. Calling application A 2020-0021, Carlo Conti, and the property is located at 10562 Highway 50.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Loredana Kunti. I'm the agent and daughter of the owner, Carlo Kunti, who is here, Carlo and Maria, my parents. We are coming before, good morning to members of staff, chair, members of the committee. We're here to add some additional uses to the property here at 10562 Highway 50. As some background, just for information, we were here about a year ago for the property adjacent. If anybody remembers, there are a couple of committee members that were here that day. 10462 permitting a garden center. These two properties are, at 10562 we're here to talk about today is about 6 acres. And 10462 is 8 acres. The reason I bring that up is because we are very aware that under the secondary plan here from the city, there's a lot going on. This is this purple area here, and that the secondary plan is looking at logistics, warehouse, and prestige industrial. So we know that's kind of what's happening in the future, and that all of these arterial roads are under discussion as well. We know that there's an ongoing environmental assessment. So we're very happy to be here at minor variance versus, let's say, looking at rezoning the property, because we know there's a lot of things that the city is considering right now. Just a brief history and why we're requesting additional uses. My parents bought the property in 1972. That's when they started Emery Woodworking. which is a Canadian-owned family business manufacturing wood trim. At one time, Emery was the largest manufacturer of wood chair products in the country, a thriving business. And at one point in 1974, a bylaw officer came and said that there wasn't the approval to do woodworking on that property. So with various discussions between zoning and planning, a new bylaw was enacted. So just from the 1960s, this property had always been zoned M4 industrial, which is a current, you can look it up and it's got various uses. But when the bylaw was enacted, in order to make things quite quick, a suggestion was made that we could say it was woodworking only on this lot. Now, it seems obviously very restrictive, and in hindsight, a single use has been very restrictive, but my dad was a woodworking company, so really it didn't matter, and he continued. So the business has been going ever since 1972. And John, my brother John, was general manager of Emery Woodworking, running it with my dad. And sadly, in 2017, John died suddenly of a heart attack, which meant that my dad really was faced with, what to do with this building, what to do with the lot. He cannot continue. He's 75 now, still very agile, but really he has to look at the realities and either sell the business, close the business, and rent the property, or eventually sell the property. Having a single-use distinction of woodworking only, obviously makes it nearly impossible to find another woodworking manufacturer that would come in that area. So as of 2017, when this happened with John, we've actually only been operating on 50% of the building. So the business has dwindled drastically. Our taxes on this property are $136,000 a year. They were $125,000 the year before. I'm expecting they're going to go up again. Just as I think important to note, that 10% of this property is under the MPAC kind of assessment, is excess land. So we have industrial, and then industrial excess land is 10%, and then only 1 or 2% commercial. So back last fall, we actually had a different experience from the earlier applicant. We've had a lot of great discussion with City. We called zoning and planning and said, can we come and have a meeting together, because obviously something needs to be done. So we've been meeting, and we're happy that everyone agreed that we could go for additional uses on the property. Originally, we're looking for all the parent uses in the M4 zone, including outdoor storage, because we've had outdoor storage since 1974. And at one time, we were a thriving contractor. Right now we make trim, but there was a time when we supplied many of the builders across the city in Vaughan and in Brampton, and we would go out and actually install. We have a number of vehicles on the lot that are delivering material around the city. And so our application is really just to come in and get permitted uses, including the ones listed in the industrial M4 zone, and that we know that doesn't include motor vehicle repair shop or a motor vehicle body shop. We are very aware that the city does not want to turn these lands into like junkyards or parking lot for transports and huge containers. In fact, my dad wanted me to make the point, he really, across the street on Highway 50 in the Vaughan side, it's really a mess. I mean, there's just transport or train cars. So we're not interested in that, especially as a business owner in the area and as a landowner. We like to see the properties looking good. Sure. When we were in discussion with staff about, let's say, the uses that we would be asking for, they did ask for a limit on the number of vehicles. Originally, it was proposed as 3, but really, we alone have 5 to 7 vehicles at any given time delivering, so that wasn't going to work. And even if we do limit the number of vehicles, we worry that right now we're operating on 50%. If we were to sublet the building, and let's say I have 7 vehicles, they have 7 vehicles, that's 14 vehicles now. Like, do we need to worry about how many vehicles? We understand it's because we don't want it to turn into a transport parking lot. Originally, when we did submit yes.
If I may correct, maybe I guess we give the opportunity to staff.
Oh, sorry,
and
am I
then
going on too far? Okay.
Then they can comment on the staff report, and then you can, you know, in return you can say. But my understanding is, the condition number 3 you're referring to, outdoor storage use shall be 10 oversized vehicle. That does not count any of our regular vehicles we use, for example, for the transportation. This is specifically said oversized, and further, this is for the overnight parking, not if a vehicle comes during the day and go back. I don't think so that applicable on that one. But again, we'll get to hear staff's recommendation, and then maybe we can go further into the discussion. Are you okay with that, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, committee members, any question at this point? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this application? Seeing none, staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff find that application A 2020-0021 is supportable, subject to the following conditions being imposed, and we have made some small amendments.
Okay.
1, that the permitted uses shall include manufacturing, cleaning, packaging, processing, repairing, or assembly of goods, foods, or materials within an enclosed building. A printing establishment, outdoor storage associated with a business operating from the existing building, a warehouse, and the accessory uses listed in section 34.1C of the zoning bylaw. Number 2, that the permitted uses shall exclude motor vehicle repair shop as a principal or accessory use, and motor vehicle body shop as a principal or accessory use. Number 3, the number of motor vehicles permitted within the outdoor storage use shall be 10, including any oversized motor vehicles. Number 4, that any outdoor storage shall be screened from Highway 50 to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services. And number 5, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the approval null and void.
Okay. Maybe you understand and accept these conditions? Or you need some more clarity or any comment to make on these?
I'm sorry, what was the number of vehicles again? Okay. So, again, the point I was making earlier is that my worry is that when we sublet part of the building, or even, let's say, the entire building, because he's not closing yet, that when you say oversized, I mean, we're still talking about big delivery trucks with a cab and a trailer in the back. We have very long pieces of lumber when we deliver trim, so I'm not sure what the distinction is with oversized.
Those delivery trucks, do they stay overnight at your?
Yes, because they're owned by the company, and there are delivery trucks.
More than 10? More than 10?
No, right now we don't have more than 10, but the issue, but we have had in the past, and the issue is if it's a 40,000 square foot building right now, Emery's operating on just over half, so that's 20,000 square feet right now that's empty, and that's quite a sizable size for another company coming in. If they're making bathtubs and they're delivering all over the place, then I guess what I'm asking for is some relief on the limit, because it is, and you know, may I say, we actually don't know who is going to rent this property at this point. So originally, we were asking for all of the parent uses in the M4, because that's what the property had before 1974, or 1976 rather. And we were discussing that a bit earlier. So let's say it's a sports center, and they come in. A sports center technically would fall under one of the uses in the M4 zone, but in speaking with Ms. Corzola, of course we know that we'd have to go to building to ensure, whoever the tenant was, to ensure that we were conforming on all accesses and loos and all of that kind of thing. So I guess, you know, I just don't want to be limited and have to come back to committee in 2 months and say, oh, by the way, it's a, you know, this type of company. I wonder what we can have that will allow us to have flexibility in this time. Our neighbor to the, this neighbor here, right next door, so technically he doesn't have a Highway 50 address because he has the access on Coleraine, as do we have the front and back access. It's an M3 zone with a special section, and he also has the manufacturing, cleaning, packaging, the exact wording, also printing establishment, warehouse, parking lot. What he also has, though, is contractor yard and outdoor storage. So originally we thought, okay, well, we're a contractor because we contract, you know, when we're trimming houses and things like that. So is that something that we could ask for? I don't know what the distinction or the, you know, change is there. Again, in my world, a contractor is what we do.
I have two suggestions based on that. Since we are already limiting the use on your property, in terms of, and given the factor, the size of your property is big, I am okay personally to increase the number of outdoor storage vehicles. I am personally okay with that. If you have any number in your mind, you are more than welcome to suggest that these many numbers can satisfy your concerns, or you. I don't just want you to come back for this committee just to increase the numbers, like if you're off by a few numbers or so. The second is, or even we leave no numbers. Since we are limiting the use, there are many use can't permitted, there are some can permitted. So obviously they are, I see half of the building is empty, and I was there for my site visit, and their general intent is to do good. It's not that, you know, they illegally parking something and then we caught them and then we are dealing with the situation and then we are going back and forth in terms of negotiation. So your father is a good man, and he's working. I see him there in your woodworking section. Anything you need, for example, in terms of leasing, if you find in the future, or you're the person responsible, some of the use which is not permitted, I encourage you to come back to us and we will evaluate at that time. So this is my personal thoughts, that we should not limit these oversized vehicle numbers if that is the practice, or we should give quite like bigger numbers, given the factor that the size of this property, 10 vehicles and there's 2 usage right now, and half of the building is empty. I guess they need definitely more than 10 vehicles. They might not need today, but in the event if they are catering some good tenant there for the long term or whatever, they might need this variance at that time, and I simply don't want them to come back to this committee for that course again. Thank you.
Can I just make, thank you so much, a comment on that? I want to show you this map. This is important because there's our building there, and you see how much extra use of the land is, well, the land is not being used. But this black thing here, the driveway to this property is actually in front of the building, just here.
Yeah.
And this is what the city is looking at between Peel and the city with regards to possibly changing our access.
Okay.
This is down the line in 2040 with the new roads. You'll see it's being raised here. Like, they have all these ideas of turning Major Mac. You know, there's a lot going on, and so they also are talking about having to purchase this part of my dad's other property. So we know there's a lot going on, and we are always, my dad really wants to make the point, he's always been willing and you know, very eager to work with the city. So we know that even if we wanted to rezone and do, like, there's no point. I mean, there's nothing gonna happen anytime soon. But in the meantime, at, you know, this amount of heavy tax with no relief, we've gotta put something in there. Mm-hmm. It would be great if I could park some transports, because frankly, you know, that's what everybody's doing on the road. But I understand that that's not what the city wants. Just to address the point, though, of anything that is outdoor, we completely comply and agree that they should be screened, and it should look nice, so we can avoid what's happening over on the Vaughan side.
Pass back to the staff, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, if I may. I believe staff's report in front of you has been lenient and trying to accommodate the existing situation we have there right now. The current site-specific on the bylaw on the property actually has one driveway access shall be permitted to Coleraine Drive and no access shall be permitted to Highway 50. So if there was to proceed with more truck parking and more access, I think there needs to be further discussion on that. Right now, we have said that screening to the satisfaction of the Director of Development Services, we have not said full site plan approval. So I said, I believe if this site is to intensify more, it actually needs to go through a proper process. It needs to go through a site plan process. If there's long-term uses that they want to add more uses, you know, this will allow them to operate as they are and to continue to advance the site. In the meantime, they could pursue a full zone change application if that's their desire, or they can leave it to a future purchaser. But I believe the permissions that we have granted are acceptable for this particular site.
Can I just make a point on that? Actually, it's true that the city did want to remove our access on Highway 50, but then the region of Peel came and said, no, Peel is a
it's regional.
50 is a Peel road, and so our access was re-granted.
So as you heard the staff's point of view, and that's legit as well, in the event, because it's from Highway 50, the access, and if we leave it open-end, I know there's a limitations for the usage, but at the same time, if we are leaving it open-end, you may need to come with the further site plan and the whole recourse and everything you need to submit. I guess this is easy route to fill the space with the proper tenant.
Could we get to a number then? I think my dad was going to suggest a number.
Yeah, Mr. Kunti, please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Carlo Kunti. There's quite a bit of history, but of course things were different then.
Just my one quick question. Do you have any number in your mind? If we
please. Yeah, as long as we go, let's say we go 10 to, I like to go 10 to 25, 10 to at least 10 to 20, and then we will have no problem.
Okay.
Please, I want to say one word, and because it's it's an unfortunate situation what has happened in my family. I lost a son, 50 years old, with 4 children. He died of heart attack inside the shop.
You're a good man.
I tried to talk. The city, for 45 years, when Mr. Robertson was a councillor, we had such a beautiful relationship. We had the best relationship with the fire department of Brampton. Come congratulating me and say, we wish every woodworking shop would be like yours. We made office chairs for the councillor on the 7th floor. We were at the inauguration here. Mr. Robertson used to come in. He liked to see the woodworking, how they work. To me, it's an unfortunate situation. I have no chance but to close this business. And the reason I cry about, because the type of molding that we make, they are made out of maple, walnut, cherry. They're not available nowhere in Ontario. I'm happy that of my first 4 grandchildren, which was from my first son, one he graduated at the U of T at Toronto, is a computer engineering.
Congratulations.
The second grandson, he joined the Canadian Armed Forces for almost 4 years. The third is actually in his second year as an apprenticeship to be an electrician with a big company in Vaughan. It's strange, you might laugh at this. My little 4th one, he ended up married a girl from Bangladesh, 18-year-old. But when they were told me, none of the 2 were 18 years old. And I said to them one thing, if I tell you that I'm not worried about, then I'm a liar. I said, not just for you, for your girlfriend too. But thank God, I heard that my 4th one is working for his dad, and they're in the logistics business. His father-in-law, not his dad, I'm sorry, his dad is we got. His father-in-law has got a special license under the government of Canada, which the only 7 under license issued, that they can move from Mexico merchandise from all over Europe and so on. And I'm very happy. We are very grateful. Unfortunately, my son, he was such a good man. Sorry, sir, thank you. But I thank Bradford. We'll be beautiful. Unfortunately, I cannot do no more.
We thank you for running this wonderful business for many,
My
many
third
years.
son got a very serious heart attack. He got the surgery at the Bill Memorial in Bramley. And the doctor said, hardly anybody survived that type of heart attack he had 7 months ago. I think God, they don't want to punish us so much. I'm sorry I cry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Please, please take a seat, and we have full intention, this staff and committee and the council, especially business like yours, they are here for many, many years, and the new businesses, all the residents, and that is one of the reasons, like, we started at 9 o'clock, and we are at 12:30, and we have more agenda, and I thanks to all the residents here for taking the time, but we are always trying to find the solutions and to help everyone at the same time represent the municipality and same time do what the best for the residents of Brampton. Ma'am, as you said, as we discussed earlier, I'm okay to increase the numbers of the vehicles, and that's the desire of the committee. I heard from my right side. And unless staff has, staff suggesting some changes.
Can I just make one comment?
Please keep it brief, because
Yes.
we have already discussed quite a bit.
Okay, I do want to say about the leniency, and everybody's been great. In fact, it was in the report that at the time of passing the provisions, it's written here, it was common practice for city planning to create specific provisions relating to the current use of the property, which was woodworking. More modern planning practices allow for site-specific zones that tend to be less restrictive. So really, that's it. It's the reason we were asking for the general uses in the parent zone, so not excluding the non-industrial, was so that we could just have some flexibility. If we could get 30 vehicles, then, you know, we'd be happy with that, because we want to be able to move on and get this place rented. I also want to make a note that my dad, like, we didn't put up a for rent sign or anything until we sort of heard from planning that, yes, okay, we're going to go ahead and we agree with what you guys are trying to do. So all to say, we
You
are
just
here to work with you.
said earlier 25 and now to
30 because
I want to deal with your application as soon as possible, because I don't want to hear the next number 35, right? So having said that, just, okay, back to, and just I want to know, how big is the site?
And you know what, I'm sorry, I don't have that number. What I did want to give you context of is the earlier amendment that would have applied when this land was rezoned originally for the woodworking shop back in 1976. There was this storage area as indicated on that property, and it was given to be a permitted size of about 500 square feet in area, and that was a permitted outside storage area associated with the business. In looking at that number and doing quick math in my head, it was I who recommended that within that permitted storage area, which would have historically been allowed to continue, 30 vehicles could be accommodated, which is why you're hearing now 30 instead of 25. Certainly, I'm certain they would be happy with anything more than 10, and 10 certainly being somewhat, as you said, restricted on this very large property, but recognizing planning staff's desire to keep this as not sort of a transport-related intensified use, rather more of a manufacturing, and have accessory vehicles only within that. So I do have a recommended change, though, on the condition, obviously with discretion for the number of vehicles at the discretion of the committee. My recommendation for changes is that the maximum number of oversized motor vehicles permitted within the outside storage use shall be, and then I leave it to your discretion to decide on the
30.
appropriate number.
30? Yeah.
One quick question.
Still?
If we do have, like, for the non-industrial uses, do we come back here? Or, like, would that be another application or a change of use? Does that come here? Because within the zone, you have, let's say, recreational facility. So, and the reason I ask is because we have had interest. So does that mean we come back to planning and try and get that application before building?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Any with the exception of an animal hospital, which is a permitted use in any commercial or industrial zones, that's in the general provisions of the bylaw, any of the other listed commercial uses in the parent M4 zone, and that is limited basically to the radio and television establishment, the recreational facility, or the community club, those three uses would require further approval of a variance by this committee.
Yeah.
So that, if that's the case, could we just get those uses as per the original uses? And, because we know that we're gonna have to come back?
The thing is, the notice has been circulated already.
Okay,
and,
yes.
Staff, correct me if, we can't change now, I guess.
No, that's what I was gonna say, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair,
Okay.
the notice was given as is, and at that point in time, we would also be looking for a full site plan approval for any
Exactly.
additional
Okay.
uses.
Thank you, I'm okay with this. The only reason we ask for this, because we had the people from the sport network.
That's okay.
If they're okay
Yeah.
to set up, they
They can-
were waiting until today, that they want to put up like a winter sport for the children, soccer or
Sir,
hockey or whatever. That's
Mr. Kunti, we don't care if you have
It's for
30
the
vehicles or
children.
somebody else bring 30 vehicles.
Our
Right?
condolences to the family.
Anyway, if no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed with amended staff recommendations by Mr. Powers, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? This is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, thank you.
Calling application A 2020-0022, Carey's Place Residential Services, and the property is located at 58 Newbury Crescent.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mark Kemmerer. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. My address, if you want it or you require it, is on my correspondence dated February 18th, 2020, which is the revised cover letter for the Committee of Adjustment, and that is 95 Barbara Green Road, Suite 100. That's in Toronto, M3C 3E9.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to begin by thanking Ms. Myers very much. She has been extraordinarily helpful with respect to this application, so I wanted to thank her. Secondly, as I said, the committee should have in front of it our cover letter to the application, and I'm looking at the most recent version, which is February 18th, 2020, which sets out the variances my client, Carey's Place Residential Services, is seeking, and that is as follows. Relief from the interim control bylaw to permit the use of the subject property as a supportive housing facility for a maximum of 6 adults. And as the committee may know from reading that correspondence, my client, which owns the property, was purchased in October of 2019 for this purpose, is a real estate partner to a nonprofit organization called Carey's Place Autism Services. And what Carey's Place does is it provides individuals with autism with housing services so that they can live independent lives. So in this case, what Carey's Place is doing, and as you will know also from reading the letter, is that they have filed an application prior to the adoption of the interim control bylaw. They filed an application for a type 1 group home. So in the subject property, there would be 6 individuals living with autism. They would be supported during the day by up to 4 support care workers. who would help them with things like cooking and cleaning. So the 6 individuals would live in the house. They'd be able to live independent lives, but supported again by these support service staff. The committee should know that 4 of those individuals who have been waiting for over 2 years for the opportunity to live in supportive housing, like that supported by Carrie's Place, are now housed in emergency housing. These are individuals whose families cannot provide the level of care for them. But as they wait for this housing, they're now in emergency housing in Toronto. And so part of the reason we want to proceed with this application, I want to impress upon you the urgency of the application, is that there are 6 individuals who will have no impact on the community but require this supportive housing on an urgent basis. Carrie's Place operates already 5 such houses in the city of Brampton without any complaint. They also rent out 5 apartment buildings for the same purpose. And again, they've been operated for a considerable period of time without any complaint.
Sorry, where those 5 buildings are?
I have the address in the 5 apartment buildings or the 5 other?
Like in the same municipality or somewhere else?
Within Brampton itself. Yes, within Brampton itself. That's why I'm focusing on, they have over 80 residences throughout Canada. 5 of those currently are in Brampton, and again are operated without complaint. And I want to make it clear too, I know there are some community neighborhood concerns here, that my client works with any neighbors who are concerned to address those concerns. So for example, it could be as minor as, is the grass cut enough? My client is always committed to working with the community to make sure there are no issues with respect to the operation of those houses, and will continue to do so, will continue to be good neighbors. As you know, so my client purchased the subject property in October of 2019. They filed shortly thereafter the application for a Type 1 group home. Subsequently, and unbeknownst to them, there was a controversy in Ward 7 with respect to a proposed seniors home. And that controversy led to City Council adopting Interim Control Bylaw 286-2019. And attached to my correspondence on this, and the committee may have it before it, was the planning staff report with respect to the Interim Control Bylaw. And that was dated 13 November 2019. In that staff report, what the professional opinion of planning staff was that while staff conducted a review of the supportive housing, that City Council not adopt an interim control bylaw. And the alternative, the recommendation was that if City Council was going to adopt an interim control bylaw, they exempt properties which had applied for a Type 1 or a Type 2 group home license, which is the case with my clients. So it is my respectful submission to the committee that the application before you for minor variance represents good planning, because you have the professional planning opinion of staff that it is not in fact required, and that this use would be permitted on the subject property but for the interim control bylaw. So again, my client is seeking what is underlying this is a permitted use in the zoning bylaw, but for the interim control bylaw it's not permitted. There were a number of additional variances identified, as you may know, from the deferral report by staff, including one with respect to driveway width, one with respect to permeable landscaping, and I set those out in my letters, and then with respect to the setback between the property line and the accessory structure in the rear yard, which is an old shed. In the deferral report, you will know, members of the committee, that staff have stated that the driveway width...
If I may interrupt you, sir, if you're giving the reference of the staff report, maybe we get to hear the staff, and then after, because let I can see some concerned neighbors are here as well. Let them hear the staff report as well, so we don't have to repeat.
Okay,
the things.
fair enough. And part of the reason I was raising this is because I know you may have seen at the beginning of today, I asked the neighbors to come out and discuss the application with me, and I know some had expressed concerns that we were in fact adding pavement, for example, to the property, which is not the case. But those variances aren't required anymore, and again, staff can speak to that.
I have some correspondence as well, which I need to include, and I need to give the opportunity if any of the concerned neighbor wishes to speak as well. They may ask some more clarification here in front of us. You might need to come back here again. So if you may want to reserve some of those comments
Certainly.
for that time.
Yes, and
that will be helpful for everybody. Yeah.
Having spoken to the neighbors before and having heard their concerns, of course, I would like the right of reply because I anticipate what they'll be saying. I'll just move on then to the three variances identified, and again, staff will speak to those, are, in our view, technical variances and are appropriate. The main variances we are seeking, which again is a permission to use the subject property as a supportive housing policy, as a supportive housing facility, is in our submission. I've set this out in my letter, that they maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan, particularly sections 4.2 and 4.2.6, whereby the City of Brampton promotes a full range of housing accommodation and dwelling types. And particularly the provision of specialized housing for a diverse community in cooperation with public and nonprofit agencies. And of course, that's what my client is seeking today, to operate a house for 6 individuals living with autism. It's going to be the same impact that if a family of 5 or 6 lived on the property. And it maintains the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw because it is permitted on the subject property, but for the interim control bylaw, which is to expire in May of 2020, as the committee may be aware. But of course, council always has the ability to extend that interim control bylaw by a year. And there's no guarantee, even with the optimism of city staff, that council will, in May of 2020, say that bylaw is expired. They could very easily expand that by a further year. It is also our respectful submission that the variances being sought, and particularly the one with respect to the use we're seeking of the property, are minor and desirable. Why? One, because of the use, which is modest in scale. There's going to be no change to the house itself, no change to the accessory structure, the shed, is permitted in the underlying zoning bylaw. But for the interim control bylaw, we would not be here. The interim prohibition is a short duration of only 6 months. And as I said, there will be no changes, physical changes to the house. And in my submission as well, the application for the type 1 group home has been submitted without any controversy. It will allow for the housing of persons in the community who have particular housing needs, but will not impact the stability of this neighborhood. Secondly, approving the minor variances would, in my respectful submission, be consistent with the professional planning advice of city staff that the bylaw was not necessarily recommended and that any applications submitted before the adoption of the bylaw should be exempt from it. It would also, importantly, and remember those 4 individuals now living in emergency housing, prevent an unfair hardship being visited on our clients and its client. And that is in part because, of course, not only is my client seeking to get these individuals who require housing urgently into supportive housing, but my client also incurs costs, of course, while it waits to see what happens with respect to the interim control bylaw in terms of mortgage costs, carrying costs, that type of thing. And I wanted to note as well that this application is not going to undermine the review of the supportive housing. And you'll see that in my response to the deferral request, that what the review currently recommends as policy options 1 and 2 within it are that there be no separation distances between supportive housing facilities. This is not an issue here, but There is nothing about the application for this permitted use that will undermine that review in any way. There is nothing, in my respectful submission, in this application which will undermine the stability or functioning of this neighborhood. It represents good planning. It meets the 4 tests. And for that reason, we request that the application for minor variances be approved by this committee today. And as I said, I'll reply if necessary to submissions be made by staff and or the residents.
Sure, thank you. Any question at this point from the committee members? Seeing none, for the record, I would ask if the members in the public present from the neighborhood, whether they are showing their support or they're showing opposition. But for the record, I do have some letters. First is from Mr. Stuart Johnson, strongly opposing this application on 58 Newbury Crescent. Kim Johnston, strongly opposing. Tara Alonso from 16 Newbury Crescent, showing their opposition here for this application. And we have Nina Melly also opposing, and I believe she's present here as well to speak, if I'm not wrong, but I got this some of these correspondence. My turn is now to ask anybody in the audience wishes to speak on this application. Sir, please come forward with your name and address for the record. Do we have more members to speak on this application? Can I see the hands? How many speakers? 1, 2. Okay, how many total members in regards to this application? Okay, thank you. So pretty much this whole section, and ma'am, you're there. Sorry, I did not look at the side. Yeah. So please, your name and address for the record, and if we can get to hear your concern.
Of course.
We have some time limit as well.
Okay.
But I'm sure you scared me when you brought this.
No, just it's.
I'm
a younger guy, I use laptops and stuff.
That's okay. That's okay. Please.
So my name is Emric Alawalia. I live at 54 Newbury Crescent.
A-M-R-I-K?
A-M-R-I-C.
R-I-C?
Yes.
Okay. And Aluwalia, A-H-A-L-U-W-A-L-I-A?
Close. A-H-L-U-W-A-L-I-A.
Okay. And your address, please?
54 Newbury Crescent.
Okay. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, I guess now.
Yeah.
So I'm here to present my concern for the community as well as myself. We just found out actually a few days ago. My father presented a letter that came in the mail on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So putting something together was kind of difficult. So we reached out to community, and everybody else just found out a few days ago as well.
Mm-hmm.
A number of people wanted to be present. Obviously, because it's during the day, it's difficult for them to show up. So we did actually get a number of names put together that were against it. Close to 55 people signed it for houses. 55 houses signed it. So in reality, this is not a small variance or a minor variance. You're asking to change a housing area, right? Because this is a crescent. Usually people, when they want to move to a crescent, they're not expecting high traffic area. I understand that you're saying it's going to be 5 to 6 adults, but you also mentioned that there's going to be staff. So staff is coming in and out as well to help these adults. And I'm sure these adults have families. So these families are going to be coming in and out as well to check up on these adults. As much as I appreciate that they are autistic, I do have family members that have disabilities as well, so I understand the care that needs to go into this. But as we already mentioned in the past, there's the 4-part test, right? And one of them being, as you're looking at it, if it is a minor variance, it's not, because you're looking to get rid of the interim control that you have in place. The reason that the control is in place is because a number of these types of houses have been put into place, right? And as much as I appreciate that, you're changing the environment of the block, the neighborhood. They mentioned that they want to work with the people that live in the neighborhood. No one ever came to us. We lived 2 doors down. No one ever came to us for thinking about doing this or whatever it is. The sign was put up literally for a couple hours, and my dad came and told me. I went down to take a look. The sign was gone. So nothing was ever put into place that this was actually going to be happening until we finally got a notice in the mail a few days ago, letting us know that they're looking to get these variances put into place. So I'm strongly opposed to it. There's a number of members. I'm
We
happy
can
to
have
give-
that piece of letter.
Of
Ms.
course, I
Myers
made
will-
copies of it, and
Yeah.
you can take this if you like. Would you like more than one?
How many copies you have?
I have a number of copies. I figured-
Just give us 5 and give to the staff for the record.
Okay. Should be enough. There you go. I did write a brief thing on there, so that way when we went around to everyone.
Sorry?
I did write like a brief thing on there, so that way when we went around to everyone, they kind of aware of what's going on in the neighborhood. It represents some concerns, but not all of them as well. The hardship, I understand there'd be hardship. Is this a copy here, Kevin? And I understand the hardship, it's not just hardship for them, but like the hardship could have been avoided for the applicant had they come and spoken to the community and asking if this is applicable to the area, right? Because we live in a crescent. You could have came and spoken to us. You could have brought this to our attention. At the end of the day, you know, if you call a spoon a fork, it doesn't become a fork. It's still a facility. I understand it's a facility for 4 to 6 people, but once you put the facility and you allow it in that community, you can down the road change it to something else. It could be for substance abuse. It could be for senior home or whatever it might be that you might want to change it down the road. But once you allow it, you're kind of opening up that door. You're creating a different precedent. The interim control was put into place for a purpose, right? There's already other group homes in the area, and we fall into that section.
Okay, thank you for your time. Do we have next person?
I am Norma Deacon. I live at 22 Newberry Crescent, Brampton, Ontario.
Could you please spell your name, ma'am?
Sure, Normadeacon. And I'm speaking on behalf of my husband and myself. We purchased our home on that street in 1987, and we're original owners. But before I go any further, could I just ask this gentleman if we could get copies of his submissions and all the background information that they've submitted to the city so we can know what's going on? Because, I mean, I may be an old lady and I can't absorb all of this, you know, mentally. So if I could, I like to read stuff so I can absorb stuff, okay? So if he could submit some of the stuff that he submitted to the city, application-wise, et cetera.
The piece.
Okay. So when we purchased our home on Newberry Crescent, we were lot 98, and so we were sort of backing onto it, one house over. What we've discussed as our family is that the group home will change the character of the neighborhood. Water. I'm not quite sure what they mean because my reading of this letter was that a lot of the property would be paved over. He says no, but I was concerned about the melting snow, the storm water when there's heavy rainfall. And so I was concerned about the drainage from lot 90, what it would do to us. Because it would come over into our backyard if there's no drainage on his side. Noise pollution, increased traffic, more emissions, staff, family members visiting, possibly even emergency vehicles. I'm concerned. That's the environment. Stress on the current residents of the area. Older residents are sensitive to activity and noise. They tend to get disoriented. My husband is 84 and is at that stage. I'm concerned about his well-being. Stress on the paved road. And also decreased property value. My husband and myself will never work again. So that is we have to live there. We can't have our property being decreased. I also have 2 letters here from 2 residents who are not going to be able to come today, so I will give it to you guys. And it's not that I'm against autistic people. I have one nephew who is autistic. So I'm quite empathetic towards their condition. But on a crescent, that's not what we expected when we purchased our home. So we strongly object. I signed that other letter there too, but for my husband and myself, I had to be here today. He has mobility issues, so he couldn't come. So I'm speaking for him too, and his name is Seaford Deacon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Do we have next concerned neighbor here? Your name and address, and if you can, if whether you are in support or opposition, and if you can quickly put together your comments, that would be great.
Mark Bryant, 37 Newbury Crescent, Brampton, Ontario, L6S 5M3. Thank you very much, Chair, councillors, and also to the staff as well. We've already had a group home on our street. I owned it. Okay, we had constant police there. We had people roaming the streets, doing drugs on our street.
Sorry,
and we also had.
Do you own that group home, or?
I did.
No, you owned that group?
I owned 2 houses on that street. One was a group home. Okay, it wasn't a legal group home, but I didn't know that. But it was being run as a group home until they tried to burn it down. Then we found out it was a group home. So during that time, we had a problem with police showing up constantly on the street, with the fire department there when they tried to burn the house down, and it's just we had a rash of break-ins as well. So we don't want to go back that road. We've been down that road. So we got to all understand that we're trying to make Brampton a better place. That group home that was there was illegal. We didn't know it was until it was too late. At the end of the day, the company, Kerry Place, is not a resident of Brampton. They're a business entity. They're here to make money. So that's my biggest concern, is that they're here to make money, and that's really the primary motive for that company to exist, is to make money. What we want to do is we want to preserve our community, and the problem that we see within our community with the increased price of homes is that many people have had to turn to basement apartments. Therefore, we've gone from a situation where we had a quiet neighborhood with single-family dwellings to multiple family dwellings, and we've had a significant increase in the amount of traffic on the roads and the volume of people, which is degrading some of the curb appeal of the whole community, because it's gotten so busy. But that's something that just can't be dealt with anyways. It's just going to happen. But things like this can happen, right? Like this is what we need, I think, to prevent from happening, is putting these types of facilities in our community, because we're already having a challenge keeping our community quaint and quiet and a good place to raise kids and a family. And that's basically all I have. So I'm opposed to the whole idea.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have next person?
Hi, my name's Kara Quigley, Kara Quigley, and I live at 20 Newbury Crescent, which is our neighboring backyards butt up against each other. My concern is, I know that they're saying that they're not asking for extra paved space, but in the letter it does state that it is. I already have extreme rainwater, like drainage issues. My backyard is sopping. And even if they're saying now that they're not asking for more, if it is a place of housing with disabilities, I can only foresee wheelchair accesses being needed in and around, especially in the backyard. So again, that would affect me in the future even more so now, which I can't even plant a tree in my backyard. Like, it dies. Like, the drainage is terrible within that area. And I do feel the exact same way as the other residents with the traffic, and, you know, they're saying 6 individuals with 4 extra people, with family. We've had issues in the past. Basically, that's all I have. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other concerned neighbor to speak? Seeing none, I guess we have called everyone. Ma'am, you don't want to speak, right? But you are also showing their opposition. Your name and address for the record, please.
Number 4 Newbury Crescent, Brampton, Tara Alonso.
Sorry, number 4, right? You said?
Yep.
Yeah, we have seen your letter, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of young children in the neighborhood, and there's a group of about 10 little girls that run around the street crazily. And right now, it just seems like when you don't see them, oh, where are they? You know, you're a concerned neighbor, and it's always a beautiful thing to see them outside playing. And, you know, as a parent, my kids are all grown up now, but as a parent, it would be a shame to see that disappear, because with something that the unknown coming into the neighborhood, I know that would be a concern for myself as a parent. So, like anyone that moved on the street, you're always wondering, you know, who's coming in and what's going on, and now we're sort of, this is in our face kind of thing, and again, it's only been a week that we received this notification. Anyways.
Yeah, no, thank you for taking the time and coming forward. The committee has noted your concerns. Staff, if no other speaker, staff, could you please weigh in your recommendations as we like to move further?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So staff are recommending that application A 2020-0022 be deferred to the May 26, 2020 hearing. We're recommending this given the concerns of council that are echoed in the interim control bylaw, including but not limited to. Council is concerned that the approval of applications for new supportive housing facilities prior to completion of the study could thwart its long-term land use planning objectives for supportive housing and undermine its ability to appropriately address the interests and existing and future residents of Brampton, including residents of supportive housing facilities. The applicant didn't point out that it is at council's discretion to extend this interim control bylaw by another year. They will have that ability. However, in speaking with the staff who are working directly on that study, it is anticipated that by that May 20th lifting date or expiry date for this ICBL, the study will have advanced significantly to a point where either council can determine that it's appropriate to keep studying, or that enough information has been determined to make a determination at that point. So if we are to come back to this application in May, if council has lifted that requirement at the time, the request for the exemption to the ICBL would not be required. If council hasn't lifted the exemption, or the ICBL rather, at that point in time, what we will have at that point is more information on what the results of the study have been preliminarily and where it's headed, so that at that point we could evaluate this under some more criteria.
So that will be more helpful for the committee to make their decision on that day, which way the interim control bylaw study is going. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I had some, obviously, I gave a thought about it before coming, and that's what, after reading the staff report and knowing this, that's where I'm leaning as well, as my personal thoughts are. I would like to deal with this application on May 26th. I understand, I thank the concerned neighbors are here, but there's an interim control bylaw study going on, and May 26th is not too far. I fully understand, I have fully sympathized as the agent or the lawyer who spoke on behalf of the applicant that there is urgency. I understand this is, we have both sides of people. I do understand the urgent need. They already have 5 other facilities in Brampton. We have strong opposition from the current neighborhood. We have a strong need or demand from one side. Again, having said that, as staff mentioned, the council already initiated that the interim control bylaw under effect. I would personally be more comfortable, given my judgment, once I have that information fully in front of the committee. So back to the gentleman, whether he, not to repeat the things, but I understand the concerns and the need, and I wish we could make our decision today, but I firmly believe that we should wait for, given the fact that we are already in the beginning of March, April and May is less than 3 months, and even if, let's say, there is an outcome today, there's still some guidelines to make, for example, if it's going into that direction and all parties are saying, okay, yes, go ahead and you can start your function from there, is still need time to do the necessary changes to the property or all sort of guidelines to follow. So, but that's one separate topic. I'm just here. We have this information. We have this interim control bylaw, which we fully respect, and I'm waiting for the outcome. If any of my committee members have some thoughts or any other discussion, I'm open. Otherwise, if anybody who wishes to speak further, not to repeat things, any new information or any new submission, you're more than welcome. If not, then I'm looking forward the committee members to proceed with the motion, whatever the motion they put forward, but my intentions are very clear. I would like to deal with this application on May 26, 2020. Thank you. Sir, you wishes to add something?
I understand that 3 months doesn't seem like a long time. The issue, however, is that there is considerable uncertainty around this. As I said before, staff's professional advice to council before was don't put in the interim control bylaw. Council, under political pressure from residents groups, ignored that. My concern is we're going to be in the same position in 3 months, and that further uncertainty, because then we'll be coming to say to you, well, they've increased this by a year, for example, in
Let me
response
just,
to neighborhood
with
pressure.
due respect, quickly add something. Council members are obviously elected representative, and they represent the local communities as well, right? Versus us, we are in a different capacity. If that study is there, based on the local residents there, or the council felt to implement that interim control bylaw, since it's already in place, I'm not here to make that which way whether I'm in support of this application or not, just to get more information. In terms of, as you mentioned, that 3 months is not more, but it's still a time. You know, I would rather do things properly with more information. Maybe after that, some of these residents' concerns sorted out as you talk to them outside, as you mentioned, but they still shown their opposition in front of us. So that was my thing, but you're more than welcome to continue your thoughts.
No, I was going to say that, I mean, you may have more information, but we know already from the interim findings of the review done by a consulting group called WSP that the application before you is not going to be one, it's essentially a benign application. They're not recommending any changes that would affect the ability of my client to put in a supportive housing facility there. We have that information before us now. And my concern, you know, as I expressed to my client, I expressed to you today, is that in 3 months, you know, after 3 months of additional mortgage and servicing charges, 3 months of additional time spent by these individuals in emergency housing, is that we're in the same position. And in fact, the delay is not just an extension of the interim control bylaw. The delay could be, for example, an appeal of a decision by this body, which further punts it out. And I don't know, you know, if you look at the scheduling times, for example, under the local planning appeal tribunal, 3 months may not seem like a lot, but it becomes compounded by vagaries of the planning process. And that's our concern, is that the information in my respectful submission you have before you now is sufficient to approve the application. And there, on the other hand, you have the uncertainty and prejudice to my client about that wait of a minimum of 3 months and could be longer depending on what the neighborhood decides to do, whether they pressure council to keep the bylaw in place, whether they appeal any decision of the committee, that type of thing. So that, while 3 months doesn't seem necessarily like a long period of time, except for, of course, the people in emergency housing, it has those other spillover effects that are a great concern to my client.
I wish I could have, I have more information and I could have, you know, able to speak more about it today and get to direct back the questions to the staff. But having said that, that's my opinion, but thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any committee members If any discussion or any question, you're more than welcome. If not, then seeking for a motion to proceed.
The staff's recommendation to defer this to May 26th.
So we have a motion put forward by Mr. Cope to go with staff recommendation to defer this application on May 26th. Do we have seconder of this motion? Seconded by Ms. Toffler. All in favor? Is everybody in support of this deferral? Okay. It's carried. Thank you. I want to thank all the residents for their time here. We will be back on May 26th, this application.
Calling application A 2020-0023, 3550 Queen Street East, Inc. The property is located at 3550 Queen Street East.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Colin Chung of Glenn Schnarr Associates. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the owner, as their planner. Mr. Chairman, the applicant, the owner, wishes to develop the subject site for a future hotel. The circumstance to this site is that it is a property that has two zones applying to it. One zone permits a hotel, the other zone does not. So both zones are highway commercial. It does allow generally commercial uses, like hotel and other commercial uses, except on a technicality, one of the zones does not permit hotel because it does not list the hotel as a permitted use in that zoning bylaw. So the application before you, Mr. Chairman, is to seek a variance to permit a commercial hotel use in the zone that's basically half the property under Highway Commercial 1.
Okay. Any question, committee members? Nobody in the audience to speak on this application, I believe. Staff, could you please weigh in your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff reviewed the application against the four tests outlined in the Planning Act and recommending approval subject to two conditions. Just before I get any further, we have had a chance to touch base with the applicant regarding condition number 1 and have agreed to an amended condition with amended wording. So that condition being that the owner, you see it on the screen there, that the owner provide confirmation satisfactory to the city and the region and for an appropriate vehicular access to the hotel development as part of the formal pre-consultation to the site plan application. So that'll stand as condition 1. And condition 2 is that failure to comply with the condition of the committee will render the approval null and void.
Okay, sir, understand and accept?
Just to clarify, I think staff, I was going to talk about the condition number 1, but I think Mr. Freeman had already covered it. I would be happy to share with you the actual wording that Mr. Freeman had talked to so that you have it in front of you in exact text so that we don't have any misunderstanding about what's being amended under condition number 1. Sorry. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if you wish to get some clarification as to why we had discussed with Mr. Freeman in changing condition number 1, I'd be happy to explain. If you feel I don't need to, then I'd be happy to proceed with the revised condition.
Staff, what's your take on?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we felt that it was important to include a condition that spoke to the access. The existing access off of Queen Street East and Humber West Parkway is outside of the limits of the owner's property. So we just wanted to flag that as an issue that will have to be addressed at a later date through pre-consultation submission, site plan application submission. Didn't want to create the perception that there are no access issues on the site. The use we feel is appropriate, but so long as there's sufficient access to accommodate that use.
Mr. Chung, I guess the staff they want to have that thing for the later time, if that is okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do not challenge staff's interest and concern about making sure that there is an access to this site when the hotel is developed. It's just the way the wording of condition 1 was being prepared. So I am satisfied with the revised condition number 1, which is noted in the handout and also on the overhead in red. And basically what we want to do is ensure that as part of a future process, which is a site plan application, as part of the formal pre-consultation to the site plan application, that the owner confirms with the city that there's a satisfactory arrangement for access. What I did not want to do as part of this condition was basically presume that there's only one option for access to this site. There may be more than one option. So I didn't want to preclude a condition that says this is the only option. And that's the reason why the red text revised condition addresses in general fashion that it addresses staff's concern about making sure that there's access, but also allow us to pursue the best option for access to the hotel development in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Can members any question, comment, concern at this point? For the record, I would like to include there's no objection letter from TRCA. If any other further question or any clarification, this is the time. If not, then looking forward to proceed. Staff's amended. Staff did amend the recommendations. Yes. Motion to proceed with the staff's amended recommendation by Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Staffler. All in favor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Calling application A18-099-693316 Ontario Limited. Property is located at 98 Wentworth Court.
Good afternoon, my name is Samra Haq. The location is 98 Wentworth Court. So we submitted our basic site plan application on November 15th, and then the planning and development staff, they reviewed it and supported the application, and they said the approval is subject to the decision made by the Committee of Adjustments, and we accept their conditions that they outlined.
Okay. For the record, I would like to include no objection letter from TRCA. Any question, comment, concern by committee members? Seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishes to speak? Seeing none. Mr. Mahmood, it's your turn now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff recommend approval to this application subject to 3 conditions. Condition number 1, that a site plan, that the site plan approval be obtained for the proposed site within 90 days of the date of decision of the committee or as extended at the discretion of the Director of Development Services at the City of Brampton upon receipt of a written request for extension from the owner. Condition number 2, that the owner shall obtain a building permit within 90 days of the decision of the approval. And condition number 3, that failure to comply with and maintain the conditions of the committee shall render the variances null and void. Thank you.
Thank you. Since you already said, do you understand and accept? If no further discussion, looking for a motion to proceed. Sorry.
So sorry.
That's okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to ensure that condition number 2 reflects 90 days of the decision to approve the site plan. because obviously we can't issue a permit without that site plan approval, so I don't want to tie them to this decision.
Okay.
Rather 90 days to the date
Yeah,
whenever the
that's
site plan is
acceptable. Okay? So looking forward to a motion to proceed with the amended recommendation by staff, by Mr. Cope, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? This is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling application A19-214, 2466482 Ontario Inc. The property is located at 26 Bransdale Road.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, again, my name is Colin Chung of Glenn Schnarr & Associates. I'm here on behalf of the owner, the applicant, as their planner. You'll recall, Mr. Chairman, this application was before you back in January of 2020. I sought deferral with support from staff to enable us a chance to talk about the one of the variance use that we were seeking that staff were not supporting. And that was the temporary use of the site and continued use of the site for auto sales and outdoor display. We appreciate that staff supported other variances except for that one. So I asked for some time to sit down with staff and see if we can come to terms with it. Based on today's report in front of you, updated report from staff, clearly we have not come to terms with the temporary use and continuation of the use for auto sales and outdoor display. I'll say this, I'm not necessarily criticizing staff because I know where they're coming from because we had this discussion. Their position is that the tenant who's operating the auto sales on this premise is operating auto sales not in accordance with the approved site plan that you see before you that was approved when the first application for minor variance came before the Committee of Adjustment. And I understand fully where the staff are coming from. What I did ask for staff, and I'm asking your indulgence as a committee, is to allow the owner and the tenant a temporary permission for 1 year for auto sales so that we can prove to the city that the tenant and the owner can comply with the approved site plan that's on file that applies to the site. And if in any time between now and in 12 months, if the committee were to indulge and give 1 year temporary variance, that there is a condition that would be applied by staff that any non-compliance between that 12-month period, the use for auto sales will be null and void. We have that condition. What I would like to do is allow this businessman and the owner and the tenant to comply with the city's approved site plan and enable the site to be fully utilized, because there is a space that will be made vacant if this use doesn't continue. So I'm seeking just basically 1 year, 12 months, temporary, to prove to the city and the committee that this owner and the tenant can operate auto sales properly. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, we have a letter not related to this property, but I guess when the notice went out, somebody just showing their concerns with 22, but this property, the subject property is 26. So, but I just want to talk about since we receive it. I don't think so that's relevant at this property. At this point, we're looking at this property. Staff, if I can ask you to read your comments, since I don't see anyone in the audience, and then I'll speak after because I was there before, and even when we grant the temporary deferral, and the last time when another gentleman from your firm came here. Yes, Mr. Dexter.
Yeah, thank you through the chair to from the staff to the chair. Staff are not in support of the first variance requested, but we are in support of the variance 2 and the variance 3. It should be noted that that this application is before us because it actually expired a few months ago, and so currently they don't even have the permissions to have a motor vehicle sales establishment on the site. We did have a discussion with the consultant and about the cars being parked on the site, and this was a concern that was before you at our last meeting as well. The last report was held before you, I believe, in late last year, and at that time there was cars parked all over the site, and it wasn't until after we had actually met up with the consultant, which was sometime after that actual meeting, that the property was partially brought into conformity with the site plan. And since that time, it was early February where it was initially mostly brought into conformity with the site plan. We've actually been on site several other times, and it's been on and off as to whether it's been actually in conformity with the site plan. So there hasn't been a lot of confidence in terms of staff that they're even complying with the site plan that they were applied for and they were granted. Further to that, though, within the official plan itself, we're of the opinion that the motor vehicle sales establishment doesn't meet the requirements of the official plan, since it is not a subsidiary to the actual overall use. It's within an employment zone. So based on the proposed concept and the GFA proposed for each use, approximately 63% of the proposed building would be used for non-industrial uses. So there we have it that we're not of the opinion that it conforms with the intent of the official plan. Further to that, the zoning bylaw requires that the zone does not include motor vehicle sales and storage, and we're of the opinion that it doesn't meet the intent of the zoning bylaw. And further to that, the desirability of this request isn't there either. So essentially from 3 or 4 of the tests, we don't believe that the motor vehicle sales meets it on that basis. And further to that, the actual cars have not even been meeting, or the vehicles parked on the site haven't been meeting the requirements. So on both the practical basis and on the 4 test basis, we're of the opinion that the permission to allow for motor vehicle sales establishment should be refused.
Mr. Chang, you were, I guess, not representing this application last time.
Our office has represented this application from
another
day
gentleman
one, but
was
not
here.
the professional planner.
Yeah, I was there, and this place was, and I showed my strong disagreements with moving further last time, and there was a reason, because I could not really back up. It's showing right now one way in here is all fully parked junkyard vehicle, which is not movable vehicle, accidentals, and throughout at the existing parking area at the back, existing loading area was also blocked. The restaurant side where it says one way, it says one way here, but there was no way, let's put it this way. So people were parking, I guess they were picking up the food or wherever they feel like. I don't want to bring it out, but in our back home somewhere, people sometimes park like that, but I haven't seen anywhere like this. It was like very hard for me to get out my vehicle. I could not really see where I need to go, right? So this proposed motor vehicle sales area, where it says 7.17 dimension, this was kind of no use. Like, I did not see anything there because I entered through, when I could not see anything which way I need to enter, I entered through restaurant. And I saw on my left, space was empty. Then I went to the back of the building. So we allowed this, and I was part of that decision as well 3 years back, or when I remember I visited the site. I know car sales is primary use for this neighborhood, as I see few others used car dealerships there. But they did not kept the property the way it should be. The landscaping I see facing Bramsteel, not just Hale Road, in front of restaurant on Hale Road, the non-movable vehicle, fully destroyed vehicle were parked on facing Bramsteel on the grass. Nobody, like, it's not just one tire is going on the grass, multiple vehicle on the landscaping. So maybe this place is not for this business or not suitable for them, right? They might need some other solution, or maybe having everything like existing restaurant or other auto repair or other usage. I honestly don't want to support something which is already not functioning properly. What I don't want to do that, they are doing auto repair and then people keep going there and they still using the vehicle sales without city's knowledge or without our knowledge. If committee, the suggestions are you requested 12 months time to see how it works, as we have given in the past. Next door has the same facility. As long they are rectifying all these issues and keeping it clear, 12 months is not a long time. End of the day, they are spending the money and they are coming back here for another approval. I am personally okay as long they are showing some commitment to rectify all these things, and especially the landscaping and all other maintaining the character of the neighborhood. As long as the rest of the committee members feel the same, I'm okay for 12 months, even though their past experience was not like that, but 1 year is not a long period. So that's my personal opinion. If the rest of the committee feel the same, I would request staff to give the recommendations, and we change the recommendations, whatever the way and shape we can keep the control, and we can hold the people responsible if they are not fulfilling the criteria we set here.
Through the chair, if you are looking at that as a possibility, currently they're not in conformity with their current site plan. So if you are seeking that direction, then we would obviously want to have the site plan brought into compliance. There's a fence up that shouldn't be up. There should be sodding over a larger area where they currently have a lot of gravel, as you know. Possibly we might even look at, I don't even know, because we know that they've parked all over the site for numerous times. I don't even know if we want to see some sort of additional fencing that would then prevent the parking onto the grass, prevent parking onto areas where we know that they've been parking for extended periods of time. So I haven't really looked at that as a possibility, but if we're looking at that, at minimum, we would want to see that the approved site plan be brought into compliance within, 90 days. I think that's reasonable, considering the extent that they've had parking over the entire property. I know that there's been, looking at it and understanding trees, that there's been quite a bit of damage to the trees that are existing there that should be alive. So, yeah, if you are looking at this, I would still recommend refusal, but if you are looking at this, that recommendation 3, that the approved limited site plan not only be adhered to, but be brought into compliance within 90 days.
Mr. Chairman, I'm supportive of that condition. 90 days helps me because one of the concerns that I have with conformity with the approved site plan that's on the slide before you is that a lot of the work that's required to be done in conformance would have to be done when the snow is removed in spring. So 90 days. And again, the test that I'm asking the committee to indulge and consider is not about trying to deviate away from what's been approved, but allow the tenant and the landowner who's now maybe better informed, better communicating between each other to comply with that approved site plan, which our office worked with the city staff to bring in force.
Just one question. I believe your office deal with the owner.
We have.
Right?
Yes.
So I guess maybe the owner is not present at the site and it's mainly the tenant?
I think the owner is now aware that the onus and the responsibility of the tenant's operation of the auto sales is now also burdened with the owner.
Yeah.
Because they realize with this application.
You're right on that note, because when I was at the back of the building and I met this gentleman there, younger fellow, and he had no idea who I am, and if I even pointed out on something, he was just looking at me in a weird way that why I'm there.
Right.
So I'm sure if the property owner would not do like that and they are aware. So, okay, we understand. So if any other question, concern, comment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, this applicant's had time to fix up their yard. I was there on Sunday. It's a junkyard. I don't think that we should even amend the city's original comments.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should support the staff's original comments. I don't think it's going to change given any amount of time.
Given the fact that, Mr. Power, I understand where you're coming from. Maybe this is that one chance to rectify them and bring in compliance, since the owner is directly involved into it. So that was the whole idea for me, being not to give in longer or thinking about anything longer, but whatever the way committee feels in the majority, I have indicated, I have expressed my terms, 1 year, or if they within the 90 days, if they are going to rectify. And I was the one who first brought all these matters in front, and of course staff worked after that and before. But if the whole idea is, it's not to be lenient on everything and always, just to, if they are doing their best and showing some commitment to bring in order, nothing wrong in giving the chance. So that was the whole idea for me, suggesting that or accepting 1 year time frame.
Mr. Chairman, just to assure the committee member, one of the conditions for me to stand before you today was my ability to drive by the site this morning to make sure that I'm comfortable that it worked towards a conformance with the site plan before you. And the site, if you were to visit that site today, the site has been substantially cleaned up, because my condition for appearing before you today, if the site was not going to be cleaned up to my satisfaction, I wasn't going to be appearing before you today on behalf of this owner. So all I'm simply asking is, I'm not sure that the owner and the tenant will comply and continue to operate according to that site plan, but I just want to give this owner and the tenant one more chance, because I think after this, if they fail, I think the owner and the tenant realizes that they're never going to have this use on this site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So staff, can we just have some wording if we are going into that direction?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the committee moves forward with an approval, we would recommend that the conditions be that variance 1 to allow a motor vehicle sales establishment of 365 meters as indicated on the public notice be allowed for a temporary period of 12 months from the final date of decision of this committee. Number 2, that the approved site plan dated September 9th, 2016 be adhered to, and that site be brought into compliance with the approved site plan within 90 days. Number 3, that motor vehicle sales establishment only be permitted to operate on the site if there is a motor vehicle repair operating on the site. Number 4, that any derelict scrap vehicles not on site for the purpose of repair be removed from the property. And number 5 is that failure to maintain and comply with the conditions of the committee shall render the decision null and void. And I would just like to point out to the applicant that if it's failure to comply after 90 days at any time in the 12 months, that will be null and void.
Yeah. And is there anything in the scrapped vehicle to be removed from the site? If we can, I don't know if it's prudent to enforce that the one-way, the way clear all the time, or not to be used as the parking lot during business hours, or if they want to keep it at the night when the gates are closed. I'm not sure if, I don't want to put too much restrictions, but given the time during the daytime, like the way I saw, if it's proper, we can put something like that. If not, then if it has to be according to the dated site plan, then that's okay, I understand.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can just comment on that. Compliance with the site plan will require that that one-way drive aisle be maintained as open. In addition, the fence that's been installed in the front yard is also in violation of the approved site plan, so the fencing has to be removed as well. So compliance will involve a number of things, but certainly the expectation is that the one-way drive aisle around the building is to be maintained at all point in time.
Oh, that's good, and at least in this way they will have, they will confirm the plan, and they will bring in compliance all the fence and everything. So if we are okay, or some member is okay to move forward these recommendations, would like to move ahead if no further discussion. So amended recommendation by staff, moved forward by Mr. Cope, seconded by Ms. Marcus. All in favor? So this is approved by 3-2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You were right there at the edge, Mr. Chung.
Thank you.
Thank you. If no further discussion, sorry. I'm sorry. What is missing? Oh, yes, you were out.
I was missed, because I went to the washroom.
Okay.
Sorry about that. My name is Sanjeev Kumar. I'm representing my client for 131 East Drive, seeking relief for bylaws 270-2004. A site plan for the site plan revision has been applied in 2018 for a rear warehouse addition before the ICBL enforcement. So we are a long time, the things are not moving for us. So we are seeking relief.
At this point by committee members, seeing none, nobody in the audience to speak on this matter. Staff, could you please bring your comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff are recommending that application A 2020-0014 be approved. Council had enacted this interim control bylaw in October 2017 to study the area widely known as the Rental Mobility Hub. At this point, they have been able to scope the study enough to note that these lands will be excluded from the main focus of the study, so staff are in support of the exemption.
Okay, so it's all approved, no condition.
Thank you.
Looking for, if no further discussion. Motion to approve by Mr. Power, seconded by Ms. Duffer. All in favor?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
And call, looking for a motion to adjourn if no other business by Ms. Marcus, seconded by Mr. Cope. All in favor? Adjourn. Thank you, everyone.